Okay, we are live.
Okay, thank you. And I see a message that Councillor Bocek wants to be let in, so I'm sure you'll take care of that. But in the meantime, welcome to the Committee of the Whole of the Township of Georgian Bay for Wednesday, September 15th, 2021. I see we have quite a crowd of attendees as well as the panelists that are currently being shown. So let's get this on the road. I call this meeting to order at 1:02. In the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge enduring relationships between Indigenous peoples and the territories they traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, and the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We're grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take actions towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. Councillors, any declarations of pecuniary interests or conflict that you would like to declare? Those who I can see are shaking their heads, so I'll say no. And
sorry, Mayor Coutier, I don't know why I can't get my video going here. I do have a pecuniary on the rentals, short-term rentals.
So, okay, item 7A. Okay, so noted. And with that, we'll go straight to our delegations. And I already see a number of people from GVGH. Ms. Russell, Ms. Krafchick. I don't know who's going to be the initial spokesperson, but please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. Long time no see. I saw some of you yesterday, so I heard you talking at the beginning for the golf tournament. So thank you for your support from that as well. It's nice to see you all out. And in the interest of time, I will make sure we keep going. So we did submit, of course, a proposal for consideration. What we wanted to do was at the beginning here, highlight one of the key areas which has been impacted, of course, over the last 18 months. But continues to be something that we're focused on moving forward. So it's our ICU. So for the first portion, it's about a 6-minute video just on our ICU department. I'm sure some of you get tired of hearing me talk all the time. So we're gonna turn into video and give you some real insight as to what's going on at the hospital. And there's just a small snippet of videos that you can see when we do a virtual tour, which we'd love to have you all attend and see what's going on additionally inside the walls of the hospital. So Jen, if you can play that video, and then I'll come back after for the remainder of the presentation.
That doesn't seem to be working.
She's just trying to get it working.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Jen, do you think that it's going to work? My apologies, everybody. The joys of technology.
Well, why don't you keep talking until the screen
Okay.
changes?
I can do that, absolutely. So what I'll do is we do have a slideshow for you as well, but we would love to thank you all for your contributions over the years in support of Georgian Bay General Hospital. You've given us almost $10,000 in financial support and also a $25,000 equipment gift, which was fantastic, and we're still using that equipment today at the hospital. So we want to make sure that we always recognize you for that. With me today, of course, are Jen Russell and Christine Bagley from our office, and they will make sure to tell me if I forgot anything or I'm not saying anything properly. But we always like to include our statistics. So last year, between April 1st, 2020 and March 31st, 2021, the Township of Georgian Bay permanent residents that visited GBGH 879 times, which represents 2.6% of all the visits to our emergency department. So that is kind of just some usage stats for you. And because seasonal residents do not have their cottage address on their health card, that visitor information is of course captured under the seasonal or other category. And that's about 6.8% of visits to GBGH. In the following graph, we definitely know that your township comprises of a larger geographical area. And so we thought we'd give you this information as well, and we tend to do this every year. So 55% of all the township resident visits to the emergency department last year were residents from Honey Harbor and Port Severn, and 64% of those were to GBGH when we look at all the other hospitals. And then 45% of all the township resident visits to the emergency department were residents from MacTier. And while the percentage of those visits to GBGH is much smaller, there are still those services of about 2.8% that are going to GBGH. So I just wanted to break that down for you. In the proposal, we did talk about some upcoming projects, and of course, FreshFlex and our electronic medical record expanse, and our ICU, which is our defibs and crash carts, which is a huge priority for us this year. We're requesting $15,000 for the support of those. The defibrillators and crash carts, the total project cost is about $300,000. And it is crucial for us in terms of replacement equipment this year, hospital-wide. And then another big project that coordinates with the hospital, Jen, is this working? Is the ICU central monitoring system, which we will be embarking on in years to come, but it's about $1.6 million. The biggest project right now is electronic medical record. That is actually being flipped in the switch to go live on Saturday. It's an $8.4 million project for GBGH, and it is basically taking all of our paper-based systems and turning that into an electronic medical record. So your patient record will follow you from our 4 partner hospitals, which is Orangeville, so Headwaters, Collingwood, RVH, and GBGH. So if you come in for treatment, let's say diagnostic services at GBGH, you come through Emerge, maybe you get a CT scan or an ultrasound or an X-ray at GBGH, and then you need to have some follow-up care, let's say at RVH, maybe it's cancer, maybe heart, it could be it's okay to share, Jen? Let me just finish. And then from there, your patient record will follow you. So you'll have easy access, and so will the physicians and your care team to be able to access that, as opposed to stacks of paper and retesting. So huge project and very important for us as we move into the technological times and how important that is for healthcare. So Jen, I will let you take it away.
Hi, I'm Tyler Pilo. I'm manager of the Intensive Care Unit, Surgical Services and Respiratory Therapy here at GBGH. And I am a nurse by background and have been working in critical care for the last about 13 years. And I'm going to take you on a quick tour of the ICU. So the ICU here at GBGH is about 6 beds. We are funded from the ministry to house 6 patients currently in the ICU main area. And over the last year, we've had to increase that capacity significantly to anywhere from 8 to 12 beds, depending on the situation in the province because of COVID. So we've had a tremendous amount of support from the rest of the hospital to make sure that our critical care capacity is at its top, as a top priority throughout the province. I'm going to take you into one of the rooms. So each of our ICU rooms are single patient rooms. They are fully equipped with state-of-the-art ICU beds that allow for rotation, therapies of patients, and that you don't get any bed sores, as well as patient monitoring systems. So all of our rooms are fully monitored, as well as provide direct visual access to the nursing station, which is all glassed enclosure, so that the nursing staff are able to view the patients at all times. So typically in the hospital, we have multiple crash carts set up throughout the building that allow for emergency equipment to be accessible to the nursing staff, as well as the physician and the rest of the care team in the event of a cardiac arrest or any other urgent patient care need. Part of the ICU is that we make sure that those crash carts are available and stocked and ready for use at all times. And I know we've been pushing to get some new crash carts in the building because they are outdated equipment, and there's some new technology as well as some really great tools that are available to us now with new equipment in the building. In the ICU, we also have a medication administration area. So all medications that are coming up from the pharmacy and that need to be given to the patients are prepped in this space. So there's an automatic dispensing unit, which is also known as an ADU. This is stocked by pharmacy typically on a daily basis, but also gives the nursing access to that equipment and that medication on a readily available basis. So if they need an urgent medication or a stat medication, they can actually just come over here, type the medication into the system, and get that access right away. So in the intensive care unit, we have registered nurses who work alongside patients to make sure all of their care needs are met. As well as over the last year, we've had to increase our staffing abilities through COVID significantly to make sure that all of our critical patients are met with that individual care plan and one-to-one nursing assignments. In the critical care setting, most patients who are here typically will have a one-to-one nursing ratio, at least for the first start of their visit, until they're no longer acutely ill, and then ready for transfer to the floor. In the ICU as well, we are required to have additional education to work in critical care setting, and all of the nurses here now have achieved those extra critical care certificates to make sure that not only are we ready for anything coming in the building and into critical care, but also to respond to any additional urgent matters on the units as well. So one of the other things that does happen in the ICU is that we monitor the telemetry packs. So telemetry is a portable cardiac monitor for patients on our inpatient floors. And over the last year, we've put these new telemetry packs into circulation, also allowing for our mums to be monitored on OBS, as well as a few of our acute patients down on 1 North in our rehab program to have this monitoring them as well. So in the intensive care unit over the last year, it's been a bit of a struggle seeing the higher acuity of patients coming through the door. And we've had a lot of loss through the critical care area, as well as we've seen some really great success stories. I think one of the biggest challenges for staff has been the tremendous amount of loss that we've seen over the last year, not just here at GBGH, but through the province with COVID. So big, huge shout out to the ICU team. They've done an amazing job, and I'm more than proud to be part of the team with them. A couple of the things that we want our community to know is that we are always here and open to help the community. So, but how you can help us is by donating, and some of the major projects that are underway here at the hospital is to replace our full monitoring system and bedside monitors for the hospital. So when you come into the hospital and you require any sort of cardiac monitoring or oxygen monitoring, you get hooked up to our bedside monitors, and those are going to become obsolete in the next few years. So we will need to replace all of those pieces of equipment, and that's not a cheap endeavor for the hospital and organizations. So how you can support is to donate to the foundation, and hopefully we can be here for you for a long time. One of the interesting facts about the ICU here is that we have been designated a level 3 intensive care unit. Level 3 basically means that you can hold ventilated patients on site more than a 24-hour period. Over the last couple of years, we've moved to a 24-hour respiratory therapy model, as well as we've not only increased our capacity to take 2 patients ventilated at a time. Over the last year, through COVID, we've seen sometimes upwards of 4 ventilated patients in the unit at multiple times, and sometimes stretching us to 5, which is pretty much unheard of for a small community organization. But we are proud that we have been able to offer that support to our community and keep these patients closer to home.
So that's our ICU department. You can see big project on the horizon with central monitoring, current project with the crash carts that we've included in the proposal, and of course, your impact last year. One of the projects was the telemetry pack that you saw Tyler holding. So I hope that gives you some insight into just a small piece of the hospital and how you've had an impact and how you can continue to have an impact. And I apologize for a little bit of the extra time, and thank you for being patient with the technology. And if anyone has any questions, we'd be happy to take them.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions before we move on to our next presentation? Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Nicole, for the presentation. It's very good. Just a couple of quick questions. So can you describe to me what kind of support you're getting from Simcoe District and also the District of Muskoka? I'm wondering what sort of asks you have out there in addition to speaking to us, for example. I don't need to know all the different municipalities, but I was sort of curious, since almost 50% of our taxes in the township of Georgian Bay go to the District of Muskoka, what sort of support are you getting? And how, and maybe we could use Simcoe as an example in terms of the support you're getting there.
Yeah, so we have addressed this previously, but I'm happy to address it again. So from local, Tay, Tiny, Midland, and Penetanguishene, and of course you folks, we have commitments and they continue to fund us on an annual basis. When it comes to Muskoka, there was an opportunity where there was a certain bucket of money that was proposed and allotted several years ago, and it is a long-term commitment. GBGH is not part of that. We weren't part of it from the beginning. So to answer your question, we do not get funding from them, and it's not a well that we've continued to go to because they are locked in to that commitment.
Well, thank you for having answered that before I raise the point, because it is concerning.
Yes.
And I really do believe that you should be getting support from the District of Muskoka. So let's see what our 3 councillors that sit on the district can do about it. We're a very small minority, but let's see what we can do. And I do sit on the Health Services Committee. Thank you.
I'd be happy to give any more information if there is an opportunity for that. So thank you.
I think it's fair to say that district council are very aware of our frustrations in this regard, because they get reminded on a regular basis. Any other questions before we go on to our next? Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. It's not a question. I just wanted to say thank you to Nicole for your presentation. I think it's really important for us to see videos like this, because I can tell you as a past patient in an ICU, not in this country, but in another country, departments like this are just, they save lives. And for us to be able to support you, I'm sure would be appreciated by the nursing staff for sure, and the patients. But thank you for your presentation.
You're very welcome. And again, thank you for having us here, and thank you for the continued and ongoing support. We're happy to come back anytime or answer any additional questions. And I will send Karen information on our virtual Breakfast of Champions, so that if you would like to see a fuller scope of some of the services, that you can come and see those virtually as well. So.
All right, thank you very much. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you for having us here today.
Thank you. Our next presentation is from the Georgian Bay Biosphere. And I see Dr. Pollock has been let in. I don't know if she's being accompanied or if she's alone today.
Both in there now, Your Worship.
Dr. Pollock, please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you very much for considering our Budget 2022 proposal as previously submitted. I'm here today for David Bywater, our Conservation Manager, and I am joined by Isabel Moy, our brand new this week Climate Action and Sustainability Programs Coordinator. So hi, Isabel. Thanks for joining us. We will try to stay really tight with our time today, but I wanted to let you know that the slides I'm about to show will bundle two things together. They'll show results from last year's projects in the township with your 2021 commitment of $10,000. And as you know, we're still reeling from COVID and having to adapt some of those plans on the fly, but great things have happened. And secondly, we will put forward some details on our 2022 proposal and then take some questions. I would like to share my screen now. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Well, welcome again to the Georgian Bay Minidow-Gami Biosphere, incorporated in 1998. And we're just delighted to be working with 7 area municipalities and 9 area First Nations. It's important to note that in 2021, under our climate action portfolio, we were serving 6 area municipalities, and each of their budget contributions to the overall ice cap project was about $10,000 to $15,000 each, and that is where your $10,000 was applied. But of course, results are shown in your municipality. The future request is to do two or three key things. We're going to bundle them together. And the 3 things would be to leverage your existing ice cap partnership. And that is going to be discussed in a moment, the Integrated Community Energy and Climate Action Partnership. It was greatly inspired by the work of Sustainable Severn Sound and continues to be supported by the SSEA. So that will continue your annual membership, engage community and private sector in climate action regionally, and partner on federal, provincial, and regional funding opportunities, which we've had some time to plan with your staff. The second big area I'm very passionate about, which is sustainable community and climate action. We have a proposed MAC tier community garden to speak about, and gardening workshops and educational materials for your community. And finally, to support climate adaptation, as some of the severe weather last night reminded us, we want to support people's thinking and ability to adapt. Everything from backyard gardening skills when food supplies are interrupted to a preliminary vulnerability and risk assessment. So without further ado, a reminder that the Ice Cap project has the current membership along the coast of the archipelago, Carling, yourselves, McDougall, McKellar, Parry Sound, and Seguin. It's open to all Biosphere region councils, including First Nations. And I'll be meeting with Shawanaga First Nation Council next week to hopefully confirm their membership. We are delighted that we have moved these municipalities through the milestones that you're familiar with, but the Partners for Climate Protection Program through milestone 1, all of them. And then we're working hard on milestones 2 and 3 to catch up to you who have your milestone 4 already and are implementing your plan. So that's how we can support you. Specifically, we used the carbon calculator last year to enhance community engagement, but also to really understand our greenhouse gas emissions. We've had over 500 users to date, and you'll be delighted that about 1/5 of them are from your township, both residents, year-round and seasonal, as well as local businesses. So the tool is really still to be used. It's ongoing. And we were able to capture unique amounts of off-road and boat emissions. And so we're still gathering that data. We ran a contest during the month of August for your residents, and they had a weekly chance in August to win a gift certificate. So we will continue to promote that because it does have potential for more use and more detailed analysis. Second area for our past year activities were the Port Severn Garden. I am delighted by what was planned and built by your volunteers with over 100 hours donated time and 10 flourishing gardens. This is the success story of the, we have over 9 community gardens in the biosphere, and this one I think occurred in record time and was able to produce and donate beautiful vegetables to the food bank in the first season. That wouldn't have happened without the Lions Club, Heintzman Construction, Wabashine Septic, and township staff. So I thank all of the participants in that. We do have plans for a harvest celebration and ribbon cutting. And one of the ways this relates to climate change is when we think about how our food travels, it adds up carbon emissions from every part of the journey. And so it's estimated that 2 to 5 kilograms of carbon can be reduced for every 1 kilogram we produce locally, regionally, or even provincially. So that's a great success story from last year's budget. Thank you. Our proposed plan now is to move into the MacTier partnership with a community garden on a municipally owned vacant lot. This is something we've worked with Brad and Jenna on. And as you may remember vaguely, some months ago, we submitted a grant to the Healthy Communities Initiative, and we should be hearing this or next week about whether we were successful with our $36,005 ask. We would like to include in this year's request a 12% contribution to that project, or $4,500. We've already spoken with MacTier Public School, Lions Club, and other partners, and we'll be confirming that with your staff and yourselves, of course, before we go ahead with the plan. But it's slated to have 6 beautiful raised bed garden plots, a little play structure, because we hear that a lot of gardeners as adults can't really focus on gardening with kids running around, and it's nice for them to have that opportunity. And then some native plant gardens as well. So again, really focusing on MacTier next year. The food sustainability proposal is really to continue and deepen our educational communications and workshops. We have a beautiful soil to seed manual. It's about 20 pages a guide, and we'd like to make that available to your Port Severn, Honey Harbor, and MacTier gardeners. And we planned 3 workshops on gardening, Port Severn and MacTier, and at the Honeybee Festival. We also have a March break program for kids, so we'll be speaking with your library about that. And the third area for this coming year is really to address the impacts and uncertainties of climate threats. As you know, we are seeing water levels, storm management needs, heat stress, wildfire risks, invasive species, and more. There are endless opportunities for this work, and that's why I want to mention the incredible work by the district municipality of Muskoka and Sustainable Severn Sound, as well as, of course, SSEA. So we will be coordinating efforts with them on these fronts because they are regional. That's a key piece. And the other piece about IceCap is that we want to continue to partner with Moose Deer Point First Nation, the Watah Mohawks, and others in your area on joint projects. For this piece of work, it would be that we've just been trained and are completing our certificate in advancing adaptation provided by ICLEI, and that's a train the trainer model, which will allow us to then provide support for all of our area councils and IceCap. It will complete an inventory of the risks per township, working closely with your partners. We would hope to have that preliminary report together next, not next spring, am I saying this right? Next fall, thank you. And then just specifically to link that back to your operations to really support your existing plans for risk management and emergency preparedness, looking at community adaptation plans. That can happen at the planning level, but it can also happen at the community and grassroots level. So ultimately, just really working now more urgently to build a resilient future. If you're wondering how all of this aligns with your Milestone 4 climate action plan and implementation, we read through your plan and we wanted to let you know that all of our proposals support your goal to reduce GHG emissions in the township by 6%. And they specifically address actions 4, 9, 12, and 13. There's some really unique opportunities in there, and we think that the Biosphere would be a perfect partner to support this work in an amount up to $15,000. So I want to thank you for your time, Council, and really happy to take any questions. Miigwech.
Okay, well, thank you very much for all that. And as soon as I can see council there, any hands going up for questions? Councilor Rienko.
A couple of questions on funding. You indicated that there's another half a dozen or so municipalities that you represent. First of all, what's their contribution? Are they another $10,000 each? Second question was, you know, first of all, how much approximately have we given you from the Honeybee Festival from our township? And do the other townships fundraise for you? And what kind of values do they come up with if you have any of that information? So basically those two questions.
Thank you, Councillor Wienko. Great questions. Definitely. For the Ice Cap initiative, you referred to cost sharing by municipalities for regional climate work, and our 6 members each put in an amount of $14,500 last year, with the exception of yourselves. It was a $10,000 commitment, and that was because the scope of the work was unique. As I mentioned, you're on milestone 4 of implementing your plan, and so we're helping the others really play catch up. And so just to answer the question, the Ice Cap budget is around $110,000, and that's cost shared among all members. So the first answer is their contribution was $14,500 last year. We're currently calculating the request for this coming fiscal. And looking at your second question of support from area municipalities, I can't think of a direct fundraising event that compares to the Honeybee Festival. It is in a class of its own. And so I just want to reiterate our gratefulness for this charity of choice. The money will be discussed with your staff and community partners around how we can turn the funds raised around back into projects within the municipality. So that makes a unique feature. As well, we do have Brouhaha, which is more of a Parry Sound based, and that isn't so much town sponsorship at all. That is area businesses and corporate sponsors. But it is a strategy that we're going to be exploring with some of our area municipalities next spring, which is, we think, a tree planting fundraiser, particularly putting more trees in parking lots that need shade or roadways would be an excellent fundraiser. It would be a win-win, much like the Honeybee Festival. So we're looking forward to a future with area municipalities and tree planting. I look forward to your ideas, Mr. Wienko. Maybe we can meet. Thank you.
Your follow-up, Councilor Rienko?
Yeah, it's just a follow-up. Okay, so basically you look at grants for particular projects and so on. For your overall operations, have you ever looked at the model, the Joint Municipal Board model of SFCA, where each of the municipalities contribute a certain amount every year and they're kind of locked in for a number of years? If the biosphere is going to be sustainable in the long term, have you looked into some kind of a joint municipal funding process with the municipalities and the various well, I guess native communities and so on, all putting in certain amounts every year, and we know, 5 years from now, here's what we owe and type of thing. Have you looked into that kind of model yet?
Yes, in fact, I'm glad you raised it. I was just part of a proposal for a community pool and recreation center for the Parry Sound area municipality. So they've just successfully confirmed a joint services board for the pool. But what I wanted to say was that under our charity, we've been trying to be flexible, because each council, First Nation or municipal, has their own unique needs, and trying to scale the deliverables and contracts with each one has been really their choice so far. They've really asked for that kind of flexibility. However, under IceCap, given the regional and long-term nature of it, it really feels that this is one of those models where we could do a multi-year budget. And I wanted to say that this process is just emerging now with our co-chairs. We're planning a meeting with all area CAOs, and that will help us have the conversation that says, could we look at a 4-year type of agreement? Because really it takes a lot of the administrative work of an annual budget and work plan out of the equation when you have these long-term goals. So that is on the table for discussion. I'm glad you raised it. Thank you.
Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier, and Becky, thank you for your presentation. Just a comment. Thank you for the work that you guys do. It's fabulous and very important. And keep it up. Thanks.
Councillor Douglas.
Also, just a comment. Thank you, Becky, for your presentation. I just wanted to make one comment on your aspect on the community gardens. I had an opportunity this summer to be up in Deep River where they have a community garden, and it just was amazing to see how large it actually has come, how many people there are actually gardening. So I'm really pleased to hear that particular program is expanding and carrying on, because it just I think that's a great thing for our community, especially in these times. And thank you for that.
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Douglas, thank you for that comment. It is something that we've long tried to do, which is to expand out of the Parry Sound area base. We're looking towards having a future biosphere office in your township. I think it would be a wonderful, wonderful opportunity and home for our staff. We wanted to say that the Port Severn Community Garden is building on the success of the others that we've done, and that MacTier will build on it, and that we've invited Moose Deer Point First Nation members to come and help build the MacTier Garden, and just to learn from that experience. So I'm very hopeful that we will get this Healthy Communities funding. If not, we will make the MacTier project work. We'll find a way.
That's great, Becky. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Greatly appreciate your presentation, and look forward to working with you further in the future.
Thank you, Council. I will see you at the Honeybee Festival. Take care.
You will. All right. I believe we have the Honey Harbor Association next in line.
We do. I'm just trying to. I think we just have Bonnie Blanchard.
Okay. Ms. Blanchard. Ms. Blanchard?
Here we go. I was just waiting for it to let me join. Here we are. Everybody can hear me and see me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, good. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to your committee today. We have several initiatives that we are proposing and planning to work on at the Honey Harbor Association. Historically, we have worked alongside GBF and the Phragmites initiative, which has been wildly successful, particularly in the Honey Harbor area. And the township has been instrumental in helping us complete that program. So we're looking again to GBF and some student ambassadors to start another initiative looking at the problem of microplastics in the water. So there have been several different programs, and I know that you're all well versed in their introduction and for some situations completion. The Parry Sound project, for example, with the washing machine filters was very successful. So we're looking first of all at more of an education program for our membership, eventually leading to hopefully getting a student ambassador to help us with that initiative, very similar to what we did with the Frag Busters and GBF. So I'm just going to put something up here if I can. Okay, and Karen, did you allow me to share screen?
Sorry, yes.
Okay, can you see that then?
No, there's usually a little delay, but you need to click the green button and then select a screen.
I did, yeah. I'll just, let me unshare and then share again. Okay.
Something's
There we
happening.
Is it up now?
Yes,
Yes,
it
it
is.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, so you've probably all seen this from the Georgian Bay Forever Foundation, and I think probably have had maybe even a presentation or two. I was speaking with Heather Sargent, and she said that she has spoken to you as a, maybe not the committee, but maybe council, I'm not sure. So this is basically the same structure that we're looking at using with our membership. So first of all, talking about exactly what the issue is and some of the sources of microfibers in the water, why it's a particularly problematic area that we need to focus on in the southern Georgian Bay region, especially because of the lack of water circulation, where they come from. So it's just a community education program that we'll be looking at initially with the intention of maybe starting the washing machine project with the filters, the divert and capture with the sea bins. There is one now in Honey Harbor, and we've had some feedback from people that it doesn't look like it's doing much, that it is just full of weeds, but they've just recently done a check of that sea bin, and there are not only weeds and natural captures in there, but also there's some very interesting other bits of plastic and lots of other things that they have discovered. So again, it's going to be for us more of a community education program, and then once the community is a little more aware of the problem, we would look for input from the community to see how they would like us to go further, whether it be through the washing machine filters or the sea bins, or just some of the Families for Change programs that are run through GBF with the shoreline cleanups. So initially, it's just going to be all about education and hiring a student ambassadors to help us with that. So that's what we would like to propose to the committee.
Do you have a particular amount in mind that you're requesting?
So in the past, I believe it was anywhere between $10,000 and $15,000. I'm not sure, I wasn't on the association at the time. Perhaps some of the longer tenured members might be able to help me with that. But typically each year, the Honey Harbor Association gives Georgian Bay Forever $5,000 toward hiring the student ambassadors. That probably is, a good salary for a student, but then there would be additional costs for production materials and getting the program underway. So anywhere between 7,500 and 10,000. So it would pay the ambassadors as well as all of the materials, the educational materials that we would need.
Okay, thank you. Council. I can't quite see everybody. I see Councillor Douglas's hand right now.
Stop the share.
And then I'll see Councillor, and I see Councillor Wienko. Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Wienko, please.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Thank you so much for your presentation, Bonnie. Just a quick question that comes to mind here. Is there some way, I'm sure there probably is, and I just, I'm missing it here at some point, but is there some way to get educational material out to our cottage associations for the inland lakes?
Through the inland lakes?
Yep.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
The cottage associations on the inland lakes. We have cottage associations, 6 Mile, Go Home Lake. We'd like to get some material that we could put out through those associations.
So
educational materials.
Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure what your question is. I think I know there are several other cottage associations that are looking into this. I'm on the Georgian Bay Association Board of Directors, and we talk about it regularly. I don't know if there's any specific materials currently available. I know Georgian Bay Forever does have some, Georgian Bay Association does have, but I'm talking about specifically for the Honey Harbor Association.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Wienko.
I'll just address the microfiber issue. I can follow the sea bin thing, and that's probably a reasonable project. But the fiber issue, pretty well all of us in Georgian Bay on shoreline facilities use septic systems. So all our fibers from our washing machine would go into our septic systems. And I'm not quite sure how from there they would get into the Georgian Bay or inland lakes and so on. So I don't know if this fiber issue is a township issue. I can see when you have a municipal facility, like maybe having Perry Sound or maybe in Mactier or Port Severn, but how do you see these fibers getting from my septic system into my lake? And same thing with the Georgian Bay. So I'm just confused on how this microfiber thing works when we're on septic systems.
Okay, so it's not just specifically for the washing machine filters. It's, like I said, a little bit more about the education of microplastics in the watershed. I agree that it is more an issue with the municipal water systems than perhaps the septic. I would argue that the septic is not 100% effective, particularly in the last few years of high water. I don't think we can argue that the septics are doing their job in Georgian Bay. However, I'm not a scientist. So the program in Honey Harbor would not mimic the program in Perry Sound or Collingwood, which are on municipal water and have users 12 months of the year, because we just don't have the same infrastructure. Again, it's going to be about educating the cottagers on, and even the cruisers about releasing water into the bay. And it's not just from the washing machines. There's all sorts of other sources of contaminating of the microplastics as well, besides just from the clothing. Clothing is certainly one of the largest culprits. And so I do understand what you're saying. The septics, maybe do keep it out of the watershed, unlike a septic system in Perry Sound or Collingwood. However, we all know that the water system is the water system. And go back to your grade 6 science class, and it doesn't matter how good your septic is, it's getting back into the water, particularly when they're microscopic. So it's mostly just an education program for the cottagers, not specific to the washing machine filters. Does that answer your question? Yeah, okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. It's greatly appreciated. And I think we all recognize that microplastics are one of those often unseen components of our waters.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next on our list is the Severn Sound Environmental Association. And I think I see somebody being transferred over. Ms. Cayley, I see your name there. So I presume you're going to be the presenter for Severn Sound, or the SSEA. Please go ahead.
I am. Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to start sharing my screen. So good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council, and thank you very much for the time to speak to you today. I'm going to speak a little bit to our 2021 activities and our 2022 budget request. And I know you've heard from us a fair bit recently, so hopefully I can go through fairly high level and focus on some questions and answer, possibly offer some response to a question that's already been asked previously. And as you know, as we all know, water and natural heritage is really critical to the health of our Severn Sound communities. The Severn Sound Environmental Association, or SSEA, we've been your joint municipal service board, a partnership between 8 municipalities for quite some time. And we've been working as an organization in the Severn Sound since the 1980s. And I'd like to thank Councillor Paul Wyanko, who is also the SSEA Vice Chair and your representative on our board. Our joint municipal service board structure is a cost-effective way of providing environmental services and access for you to a really diverse team of experts who bring significant experience and expertise in everything from water quality and climate change to stewardship programs and tree planting, invasive species management, protecting municipal drinking water, and many more areas of expertise. The pandemic has certainly impacted us all. A big thank you as well to your staff who have helped me every time I've called asking opinions or thoughts on how you're handling things with the pandemic and office situations. We've certainly continued to adapt our programs to better engage both our partners and our community while managing the changing costs, from things like increasing online capacity, continuing to enable remote work, increasing PPE and health and safety costs as well. Now, to speak to some of the 2021 highlights, and obviously we're still in it, so we're still working full speed. We've continued to fulfill our legal obligations as your source protection authority under the Clean Water Act, supporting you in meeting your obligations under the Act, including local source protection planning, and assisting with annual reporting requirements to the province, MECP, providing education to municipal staff and councils on drinking water source protection. And a note as well, risk management services are slightly different from that, but the same individual within our organization, and those are paid for by the district. Monitoring, which you've heard from us a bit about lately, and I know you've had presentations from our water scientist, Aisha Shondette. Just a sort of a reminder, we're sampling the open waters, North Bay, South Bay, Honey Harbor, downstream of Port Severn on a bi-weekly ice-free period. Those samples for water quality are analyzed for nutrients, metals, chemistry, as well as algae and zooplankton, and water column profiles for temperature, dissolved oxygen, conductivity, and turbidity, as well as some water clarity measurements. And I know Councillor Cooper had asked a question earlier this week about some more detail on numbers of samples, et cetera, and that will be coming to you later today as well in an email to Council. And 2021 marks 13 years of continuous sampling at these sites, so certainly able to note trends. Much of 2020 was unfortunately missed due to COVID, but that will show up as well in the budget at the end. We've also increased our climate monitoring, adding new weather monitoring stations. So real-time weather monitoring can be accessed for a Midland weather station on our website right now. We're looking at adding some more. So we have one going up likely in Tiny Township, and hopefully there'll be more in the future. Aisha also covered in a recent presentation, we have seen some trends in water quality that are causing us some concern. And what I'll also touch on is some of those include things like increasing temperature. So both air and water temperature increasing, as well as increases in sodium and chloride levels in the Severn River. And those are trends we're actually seeing across the watershed as well. After having to cancel in 2020, we were once again able to have our tree distribution program, which was certainly welcomed by the community with open arms. Over 600 native trees and shrubs were planted by your township, Georgian Bay participants in 2021. And a big thank you again to your staff for helping with the significant promotion that was required around that work. We've also been piloting a soil health project to work with farmers in our watershed, as well as continuing with our invasive species program and producing Georgian Bay specific invasive species reporting, launching the invasive species citizen science program. So it's the IS Spotters program, and Georgian Bay Township volunteers were the most significant in number. We had 13 new volunteers come from your township, provided support for that program. Also to speak to reminder that the Sustainable Severn Sound, or SSS, is now part of the SSEA as a special project and has continued to support you. So Tracy, thankfully, is back with us and has continued to support you as your associate member to the FCM Partners for Climate Protection, or PCP program, helping achieve the milestones that were referred to in an earlier presentation this afternoon. And we've also been, Tracy's been able to work bi-weekly with your Township Sustainability Department, and you can see a list on the slide in your package of some of the work that we've been able to do in support of your program. So really pleased to support you in the great progress that you're making on your climate action plan as a municipality. And SSEA staff through this program are also participating in a number of other committees and initiatives to support regional collaboration and minimize duplication wherever we can. So some of the 2022 work plan items, I'm not going to go through everything because I've spoken to what we've been doing, and certainly we plan to continue to do. You can see some of those on the slide in some different areas. I'd also like to mention that we are looking for tree planting sites. So along with our drinking water source protection program, our habitat assessment plan input review, and our monitoring programs, if there are sites within your township where we could do a volunteer and staff, volunteer and council tree plant in 2022, please let us know. We'd love to work with you on that. The invasive species program obviously will be continuing as well, and the sustainable Severn Sound program to continue to support the implementation of your climate action plan. I'd also mention that any of the programs I've mentioned, if you want more detail, we're happy to come and present to council or to any of your committees, as well as to host public workshops if you feel that would be valuable to your residents. So the 2022 budget request, which you have in front of you, we worked closely with our board this year as they directed us to reduce the request, the core budget request, from 4.1% originally to a 2% increase. And so for your township, that increase comes out to $1,575 over your 2021 budget from us. Other significant notable changes for 2022 that you'll see here is the Honey Harbor Water Quality Survey budget has been reduced significantly. And that was achieved both by incorporating the savings from not being able to do the intensive work in 2020 and being able to incorporate those forward, changing to some of the program sampling efficiencies as we were asked to do by the Ministry of Environment, saving on shipping costs of all things. One of the Dorset lab staff has been able to meet us in Aurelia, so we no longer have to ship. We can just meet them to hand off samples, as well as volunteer Armin Brigaitis, who has volunteered to take our team out in November instead of us needing to hire barge work. So you can see the budget request there. And I'm going to leave it at that. I don't want to take up too much more of your time. I know you have a full day, and I'm happy to ask any questions. And we're really here to work with you on what your needs are moving forward together. So thank you for your continued support.
Ms. Cayley, thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. Council, any questions or comments? Wow, you did a great job. And thank you very much for the presentation, and of course the written materials that back it all up, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
All right, we are, believe it or not, 20 minutes ahead of schedule. I'm not sure quite how this council did that. Councilor Yanko.
And we had the 4 presentations today, and I know other associations and other groups have come asking for financial assistance next year. At some point, maybe next month or whatever, we will get a list of all the asks. Julie, do you know? Do you have a list of some of the asks that we might be seeing next month? Can you maybe mention a few of them?
Sure.
So through you, your worship, yes, a comprehensive list will be coming forward. So far to date on the poll, and we've heard today from the Honey Harbor Association, the Gloucester Pool Cottagers Association has requested funding to replace the docks at the community hall. So far, we also have 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association, and their request is for gravel for cottage roads. And we've heard from the Biosphere and the Georgian Bay Hospital. Georgian Bay Forever will be presenting in October. And that is all I have received to date.
Thank you. Councilor Wojcik.
Thank you, Mayor Coacher. And while we have Julie on the line here, and this is in relation to our last delegation, there was mention during the delegation that SSS had folded into the SSEA, and me not being one of great memory, would you know if we were funding the SSS separately from the SSEA?
Yes, we were.
And so I think that should be taken into consideration. Obviously, we will not be funding SSS anymore, and obviously their funding was rolled over into SSEA, so that I think can become part of the formula for funding as well too.
Through your worship, they are still requesting a separate portion for SSS projects. So it's still a separate line in our overall grants and donation account.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, good, because, you know, we're going to be making decisions based on this shortly, and it's important we get all the information out there of what groups are getting money and what they're doing with the money. So I appreciate that. Thanks, Julie.
Yes, and the chart that will come forward in October will have the comparison from prior year to 2022, so that you'll be able to see where the differences lie.
Great, thank you.
All right, next on our schedule is Fred Yon from the District of Muskoka to talk solid waste management and give us an update. And I see that he's been able to join us ahead of schedule. And so I think if we can bring him on board, Mr. Yon, if you can let us know what you know about garbage relevant to our area.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I also have Director Stephanie Mack on the call. I think many of you know her. Stephanie's been very involved in implementing our waste strategy at the district. I just wanted to start off by thanking you for the opportunity to present to council today. I wanted to start and let the whole council know that I had the opportunity to consult with the mayor, our respective CAOs, and the district chairman this summer. I think we all recognize that there was a need to recalibrate and get on the same page on the path forward when it comes to waste management strategy. And particularly the bin site discussion, I know that is a huge challenge and it's a huge public sensitivity in your area. We've certainly learned a lot from our few years of dialogue back and forth. And particularly, I'd have to say, you know, I've learned that coastal Georgian Bay is going to be very challenging. With your indulgence, I'd like to really talk about the entire waste management strategy, changes that are coming forward at the district, because A, I think it's important that you know, and B, it all really ties in together. And I would say, you know, what's really driving the changes at the district when it comes to solid waste management, environmental impacts and cost efficiency. I would say above all, those are drivers of change. And I know that your township is very sensitive to both environmental outcomes and good value for your tax dollars. We all know that change, anytime there's service level change, it's very, very difficult. In my experience, solid waste changes are probably close to the top of the list in terms of challenges. But we are making progress. Could I ask that the presentation be put on the screen, please? Thanks very much. And could we just go right to slide 2, please? So I'd like to just start off by saying the Engineering Public Works Committee has given us direction in recent years that we need to really revisit the district's waste management strategy. And that was a huge driver in the district retaining Director Stephanie Mack to come on board and help to lead that entire charge. What do we mean by waste management strategy? So, I mean, clearly making the landfill last. One of the biggest costs that we incur at the district is building and constructing a landfill, and we need to make it last as long as possible. And waste diversion, unfortunately, at the district has been relatively low. What do we mean by waste diversion? We mean making sure that the blue box program and organics is diverted from going into the landfill. The strategy recognizes that supervision of waste is really imperative, dealing with illegal dumping, making sure that we have best case environmental outcomes. And so I'll speak in a minute on the public consultations we've had, but we've developed a strategy, and I know we've had some discussions with your committee and your council on this, but I think it's probably worth reiterating. Our legacy, and it's a bit unfortunate, in terms of our system performance, our waste diversion rate at the District of Muskoka, it's only 35%. And so, like, really among the best in the province, that should be between 60 and 70%. And particularly given our strategic focus on the environment being so important to us, you know, I think that's the starting point. That's the benchmark that we need to recognize the need for change. And you've probably heard this before, but the composition of waste should really be 1/3 garbage, 1/3 organics, a green bin, and 1/3 blue box. And so we're saying that it's 70% garbage. It's really double of where it should be. And Stephanie just recently presented a report to committee. Statistically, the waste we generate per capita in Muskoka, is about double the provincial average. And so why is that important? That's important because it's another recognition that unless we look at that and recognize the need for changes, the landfill will simply just not last. We're also subject to provincial change, as you well know, the bin site transition being probably at the top of the list. The Blue Box program is also transitioning in 2024. It'll become completely out of municipal hands. I'm not sure that's entirely a good thing, but I'll get to that in a moment. And we're also dealing with the impacts of our closed landfills. We received direction from the MECP that we need to make sure that a lot of the environmental impacts from the past are dealt with. And so what's coming forward to committee at budget time this year is a number of proposed service level changes that all tie into the need for recognizing that the waste strategy has to move forward. We're going to talk about a little bit about that. That's things like, you know, looking at bag limits in Muskoka, supervision of sites, and increasing organics collection. Next slide, please. And so before COVID started, the director and I did a wide consultation across Muskoka. It was well attended in most parts. And long and short of it, the public highly recognized the need for change to meet best case environmental outcomes. We also have an engaged Muskoka platform where we get feedback on the strategy from the public. We've had significant feedback. And truthfully, there is high support for the need to change. But you and I both know that everybody's good with change until it's going to affect them. And so the challenge is actually managing the change if it's going to impact cost or impact convenience. But we can manage through that. Next slide. Thank you. And I just wanted to give you a little context of what's happening elsewhere. I mean, the Rosewarne landfill was just constructed in 2016. There's 9 cells, and we're already looking at constructing. We already are having the 3rd cell under construction at a significant cost. And so this has just generated huge concern for committee that the predicted life of this landfill is not going to meet a target. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but getting approval for new landfills is extremely challenging in the province, and it's extremely expensive. So, you know, committee wants to make this landfill last as long as possible. And unfortunately, we're spending a huge amount of tax dollars still dealing with the legacy of waste dumps or landfills in the past. A good example of it is this distant landfill in Huntsville. We're spending $6 million on remediation on it. The Bracebridge landfill will be another one that's coming up that we're going to have to spend a major money. And so this is taking a lot of our time, but I think you need to be aware that it also is, it's all part of the tax dollars that fund that. And so I think it's important that we learn the lessons from the past and make sure that our environmental legacy going forward will be better than it has been in the past. Next slide, please. I'd like to give you an update on how the bin site transition is playing out in the rest of Muskoka. It has been extremely challenging. There is just no question about it, but we are also having success. As of the end of this year, we will be transitioning about 19 of the 70 bin sites that we have to transition across Muskoka. And, you know, it's been a slow start and it's been challenging, but, you know, the absolute key to success has been consultation with the public. We have to consult. What we've learned along the way is that the key to it is consulting with the stakeholder group that's immediately impacted by the bin site that's in play now, whether that's a marina, a cottage association, you know, having good dialogue. Everybody is extremely upset about the change. That's recognized. They come down to a place where we can have good conversations. Okay, recognizing that the change has to happen. What are the options? Can we have a say in it? Absolutely, you can have a say in it. And the director's been leading this charge, but we are having success bit by bit and with a lot of hard work on reaching consensus. And, you know, there's been a few things that we've learned along the way, like never presume what the outcome is going to be. You know, in discussing and consultation and consulting the public, we came up with ideas like what we call the Lakeside Collection program. At some marinas and at some sites, it's been entirely acceptable to schedule garbage trucks, you know, once a week, and that's worked for them. And I'm not saying that that's going to work for everybody, and I appreciate that Coastal Georgian Bay may have a different view on it. We're just using this as an example that by having good discussions with the public, we are having success. And another example, we've been able to implement curbside collection on many seasonal roads that we're using bin sites as well. And curbside collection by far is our preferred approach in terms of managing waste. So our plan for next year, we're aiming to have 45 sites transitioned by the end of next year. And our focus, and I'll get to this in a minute, our focus for next year will be the rest of Muskoka. My recommendation to this group is we recognize that the Georgian Bay will be challenging to transition. I think we need more time to have good dialogue with the public and figure out the path forward. Our focus, and we'll be putting this forward to committee in October for their approval, because we have an annual work plan that the committee approves as well as the MECP, will be to transition sites in the rest of Muskoka for next year. Next slide, please. We've had some success in changes that we've implemented in our recycling program. We constructed what we call a diversion building, which has allowed us to open up our procurement process to other contractors other than the recycling facility that we've had in Bracebridge for many, many years. And that's had extremely outcomes. We've managed to reduce cost. We are now sending our blue box materials to a highly automated facility that has a much higher capture rate. It's much more effective in recovering the blue box materials and reducing impacts to the landfill. Another big area of change that we've implemented, and Councillor Wianco will be well aware of this, we've decided to end our contract for curbside collection with Waste Connections of Canada. That'll be effective November 22. We weren't happy with the service, and the public wasn't happy with the service, and committee endorsed the change. And so we're out for procurement right now. We will be awarding a new contract in October. I should mention too that the blue box transition will be shifting from municipal hands to the private producers in the province. And that's a very big and complicated discussion. I won't get into it. I think that the one flag though I'd like to make you aware of or give you a heads up in, it could mean changes in service level from what we have today. What do I mean by that? Because it won't be in the district's hands to make the decision of where blue box materials are collected and received, you may find that the private producers are going to want to see those materials collected somewhere else. Maybe it won't be at our transfer stations. Maybe it won't be at our depots. And I know that neighboring municipalities in the Georgian Bay area are extremely concerned about the change as we are. We'll keep you informed on this as we become aware of more. The information has been slow to unfold, but we're just mindful that there'll be service level changes. Right? Excuse me. I mentioned that as part of the waste strategy, there'll be discussion at committee and council to look at reducing the bag limits in Muskoka. And whatever that decision will be, that will be enforced at the transfer stations and the depots. Of course, we can't supervise the bin sites because that's not part of our current program. There has been direction and interest from our committee to increase organics collection at our transfer stations and depots. And I've heard very positive feedback from Georgian Bay, recognizing the need for doing that as well. You've probably heard from us in previous discussions that, you know, our recommendation is that all waste sites, including the 3 depots in Georgian Bay, that they be supervised. We have a plan that we're going to be bringing forward to, as part of the budget discussions, to see if those decisions are supported or not. I think we all know that, you know, if you don't supervise waste, you get illegal dumping, and there's just no control over how much waste is received. We are in recruitment for our very first bylaw officer at the district, and a big focus of that officer will be to look at illegal dumping. All these changes will be supported by a strong public communication and education strategy. And we do want to have more discussion as well with the township on this idea of a Lakeside collection pilot. You know, if there's interest in the marinas to do a pilot study to see if that's something that could be accepted by the public and the township as an alternative, then we'd be pleased to do so. But we'd want to have your direction and support on that. Next slide. I'd like to talk a little bit about large item events. And I want to start off by saying that, you know, this has been a unique but very important program to Georgian Bay Township. And we appreciate that. Not everybody has to do things the same. We don't have the same service level in every municipality in Muskoka. And that's fine to continue to recognize there's differences of need in different parts of Muskoka. What I'd like to pitch to you is that however barging service became part of our program, that the district would send barges out to islands to collect just about anything and just dispose of that. I would like to pitch forward to you that that should not be part of our program. Absolutely having large item events throughout the township does make absolute sense. It seems to be important to you, so I'm happy to support that. From our perspective, you know, I would ask you, you know, should barging service be something that is being funded by public money? That's a question for you to answer. From my standpoint and staff in our role at the district, sending district staff out on barges and being required to lift all the stuff on barges and unload it from the barges has resulted in work refusals and health and safety concerns, and I have to completely support it. Our recommendation is that that should be the public's job to get those large items to the shoreline events and to dispose of them just like they do at the transfer stations. We've had a lot of challenges where these barges would show up and they would just dump everything off at the docks, and we'd have to deal with it. And I would bring to your attention that those costs are all allocated to the township. And I'm not okay with that. And I would ask if that's how you want to see your money spent. I would propose that we have a set of rules on what's allowed and what isn't, and that we manage that through the public. There are 2 shoreline events that have been typically in the budget every year. But Stephanie has said to me, you know, like if the township's will is to have more shoreline events, and if it's in the budget, then we could certainly arrange to do that. You know, the key is to have your direction and support of where these shoreline events should be. Make sure they're in the budget so that we can plan and staff them. And, you know, I think you know that your transfer stations do allow free large items year round. That's unique to the township, but it's been in place for many years, and we have no objection to that. Something to think about there. Thank you. Next slide. And finally, I just want to kind of end up with inside transition and, you know, what our thoughts here at the district are moving forward. So as I mentioned, every year we go to committee and say, you know, this is our proposed plan for transitioning next year. And it needs committee and council's support on that plan. And it ultimately needs the ministry's support and approval of that plan as well. And that's been the process in place. So I encourage you to, you know, speak up at this meeting if there's any changes that you'd like to see. Again, our focus and my recommendation to you is that we don't plan to do any transitioning in Georgian Bay next year. We'd like to focus on the rest of Muskoka. We have some momentum on that. And I think truthfully, we need to do more work to communicate and consult with the public in Georgian Bay and come up with, allow whatever amount of time is to land what the ultimate solutions will be. I apologize for this next slide. It's just incorrect. That whole line, Lakeside pilot only plans for Georgian Go Home Lake, that should, I just missed that. That shouldn't be in the slide. So let's talk about Go Home Lake. And I know that there's been direction from the township to put a depot on it there. We think that's the right decision. However, we would also like to recommend that we still engage in a public consultation just to confirm exactly where the location of that depot should be. I've sensed that there's been some confusion or some disagreement perhaps on where that site should be. I know there was discussion and direction that the township is building a parking lot and that this site could be part of that parking lot, or that it could be at another site where the district has property in that vicinity. So our recommendation is that we don't plan to build anything next year, but we carry out a consultation process, because that seems to be working. Making sure that people are on the same page before we do something seems to be the correct path forward. The Lakeside pilot projects, again, I'll leave that for you to consider. If there are sites, particularly in coastal Georgian Bay, where you'd be supportive to see a trial done, we could certainly make that happen. But we want to do that with your support. You know, the district will continue to lead the transition process, but we want to emphasize, as I've mentioned throughout, that I think the consultation and having the dialogue and striving for consensus is the absolute path forward. From a political standpoint, that path has been well received in the rest of Muskoka, and I'm hoping that that would have your support as well in Georgian Bay. And finally, we've had discussions with Moose Deer Point. They're very interested in waste management, and to their credit, they are considering building a transfer station, and they've had dialogue that that they'd like to see an integrated waste management solution, both that would serve their community and the public. And so, I think between the township and the municipalities and the district, we've made huge strides to improve our relationships with the First Nation people in our territory. Very proud of that, actually, and just very supportive of that. So, we'll keep you posted in terms of what their thoughts are moving forward. And at this point, Your Worship, I'm happy to turn it over to any questions. I know that's a lot to digest, a lot of information, but I think we should recalibrate and find a better path forward.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sure there'll be a few questions and comments. Before I turn it over to council, though, I want to encourage council, stay on the point of this is an update, and please don't go on at length about theories of different options. They should be kept to a sentence or two, because I don't want this to become a 2-hour waste management discussion. This is an update from the district, and I think there's a couple of things in here we can follow up on, but clearly what I'm hearing from Mr. Yon is no transitions next year.
That's correct.
With that, Councilor Yanko, I see your hand up.
I think Cynthia was before me, but I'll just make mine quick. On your so next year you're going to instigate supervision at the waste depot sites in our township. Is that correct?
It's proposed as part of the budget discussions, Councillor.
Yeah. Okay. Is our township going to have an input on the hours of supervision, or is that going to be dictated by the district?
Absolutely. The township will have input into the hours. The director has a proposed plan. I encourage you and other district councillors to attend the committee meeting or provide other means to input on what the hours should be. I think the area the best, and so making sure that the service levels, whenever the hours of operation are, make sense to you. That would certainly be supported from my standpoint.
Okay, so if we can have input into if we can have input into that before Stephanie comes up with a plan, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Thank you, Fred, for your presentation. It's great to have the information come forward. I can appreciate that nothing's going to happen in 2022. I'm just wondering, in terms of the bin sites, will they be left in place until that gets moving forward?
Yes.
Okay, thank you
Absolutely.
for that information.
We will not remove bin sites until there's a path forward.
Oh.
The only caveat being if we received an order from the MECP, which I do not anticipate, because we are managing those sites from an environmental compliance point of view properly. I would commit that from a district perspective that those bin sites will remain in place.
Super, thank you. And just a follow up, if I may, Mayor Coetzee. I just was wondering, you've mentioned about public consultation being important, and I have to say I really appreciate the fact that we've had an opportunity to speak with Stephanie Mack, which has been greatly appreciated. And I know, speaking in terms of this particular area only, we are more than happy to engage in public consultation if we are told how to reach you or when that's going to happen. I'll certainly make sure that the public is made aware of it to get some information, because you're correct. There is a couple of areas in this particular location. And then just the final thing that I'd like to know is you've mentioned Moose Deer Point. Is there any communication with First Nations Wata being our closest neighbor?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, we are having discussions with the First Nation in Wata, but not in terms of a district program. We're just providing them any advice that they are seeking in terms of the new transfer station that they want to build. There has been no discussion that there is going to be a district's depot at that location.
Okay, thank you so much, Fred.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee, and thank you, Fred, for your presentation. And I'm pleased to hear that nothing really is going to happen to the bin sites in 2022. That's encouraging for the time being. It doesn't get us a solution. And just wanted to encourage the district to initiate some discussions with the marinas, because I think the marinas are still very much in the picture. I really do feel that unlike the small Lakeside collection program you have in Muskoka with 40 or whatever it is, about 40 residences, we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of residents. And so the Lakeside collection concept is really challenging from a logistics perspective. And so I think I just encourage the district to figure out a way to work with the marinas so that we can have those bin sites compliant, and figuring out a way also that in effect they are supervised in certain ways. The staff at the marinas are supervising them. So I don't think we need to hire a whole bunch of supervisors to supervise the marinas. I think we need to make sure the marina sites are compliant. At least that's what I'd want to offer. So if you don't mind, I'm putting in the word that where the biggest problem is, we still haven't developed a real solution yet. So thank you.
Hey, Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee, and thank you, Fred, for your presentation. I'd like to offer a couple of comments as kind of, and perhaps a question as well. Actually, I'm going to start off with a question. In some respects, this is like we're kids in a candy store looking at all the candy that we might want, but we have no idea what it's going to cost us. And so, for example, I'll speak specifically about the targeted Go Home Lake site. The idea of providing that kind of site, certainly for the community of Go Home Lake, sounds great. But we're in a mill rate applied waste management charge environment. And so if you put a site in there at Go Home Lake, it could cost a fortune, but it's spread across the entire township. And so what I'm getting at really is we're in a situation where, first of all, we have no idea what's going to cost. That should be an absolute kind of mandatory part of your presentation. Here is what we can do, and here's what it's going to cost you. You've kind of said that from a barging perspective. In other words, you're saying barging doesn't make any sense, and it's not, your staff don't want to do it, it's too expensive. And I don't necessarily disagree. But again, you're implying the cost, but you're not really telling us. And so you must have a ton of numbers out there that could help us understand as we kids in the candy store look at all these choices that we could pick at and what it's going to cost us. Because without that cost information, it makes it very, very difficult to make a decision. So I'd ask you, please, follow up this presentation with projected costs of some of these ideas that you're coming forward with. Shoreline pickup, for example, a new site at Go Home Lake. And I'm only picking Go Home Lake because it's already been well discussed. I mean, we could be talking about a custom site in Honey Harbor with the same kind of characteristic, and what would it cost? But that hasn't had as much design or consideration yet. So I'm not trying to be negative at all on this idea for Go Home Lake, because I think it's probably a good thing for that community. I would like to, though, offer something that I've been trying to figure out. Why when we have these conversations with you, you have ideas that are completely different from our experiences. And I'll come up with this. You're talking about a bag limit. I have no problems with the concept of a bag limit. But when I look at what's going on in our communities, there is and we've already talked about this, there's an enormous influx of residents coming into this township on a weekly and weekend basis. So we go from 5,000 residents to 18,000 residents, and we now have 18,000 residents generating waste all summer long. And it's not like the city of Gravenhurst or Bracebridge or Huntsville, where you have a basically steady, stable garbage generating population. We have this very unnatural garbage generating population because they're all coming in. And that garbage needs to find a home. And we've said before, if I get in a boat and I'm in Cognachine and I drive down to Honey Harbor, it's going to cost me anywhere from, I don't know, $25 to $50 for a one-way trip. Am I going to do that on the one time of the week that you are going to offer Lakeside pickup? That's absurd. That's absolutely absurd. I can guarantee you that I and my family and probably everybody in Georgian Bay coordinate the movement of garbage with an already planned trip to the marina. That mindset, that concept has to be thoroughly understood, because the strategies that we keep seeing coming up over and over and over again seem to ignore that fact. And so I really want you to try to live in our shoes for a moment or two as you try to figure out, how we go about doing things. And I guess the final kind of key comment that I'll make here, I think we're all wanting to be environmentally conscious. We're all excited about, recycling and doing things the right way. But unlike a city environment where you have, bottles and papers and garbage and green waste, if we were to do anything like that in our communities generally, we would have bears living at our cottage eating out of our recycling bins. So those are not options in a water access cottaging community. And so all that stuff gets into the garbage. And so this is so different from your world. And I would please ask you, bring yourself, bring your staff, bring the entire department out into our bay and live with us for a week or two to understand what the real problem is, so that you can then start getting on side with some of the needs that we have. And Councillor Cooper suggested, a marina-based, bin transfer site scenario, which are generally supervised, not by.
Hey, Councillor Hazelton, you've already hit the 7-minute mark, so I'd like you to wind up fairly soon, please.
There you go, and being cut off again.
Well, when you talk more than the rest, it can happen. It's a risk you take.
Councillor Cooper brought forward the excellent position that marina-based transfer sites are still very, very key to this solution, and we need to find a way to make them happen. And I would also my final parting comment here, because I'm running out of time.
No,
I would also like you to tell us what other municipalities in the areas around the District of Muskoka are being forced to deal with the bins at marinas like we are, because we have talked to lots of marinas who have transient boats and cottage boats in other jurisdictions, and they are not being forced to consider these kinds of changes. So it seems like we're getting a really bad rap on this whole process, and I don't understand it, and I would like you to come back and help us understand how that is. Thank you.
I'm just going to touch on a few points quickly. There's an awful lot there. Starting with your first point, Councillor, on, before any decision is made, is cost a consideration? Absolutely, cost is a consideration. Before any service level change is approved, it has to be, the cost has to be recognized and has to be part of the budget going forward. And, you raise a good point about, particularly in Honey Harbor, how the influx of garbage from the public is a huge problem. We definitely know that. And, I think we need to have more discussions on how is that supposed to work? I completely understand your point, Councillor, that, your area is unique and there has to be good consultation. We have to live in your shoes before we make a decision. I actually think that's the reason why we're having success so far in Muskoka, not because it's easy, but it's because there are those kind of discussions taking place where, going back and forth with the public and recognizing their point of view, whether it's a marina or a cottage association, making sure we're getting their input. Like a lot of the associations, they consult with their members and there's a lot of dialogue going back and forth. It's challenging, but we are making progress that ultimately there's consensus on it. I don't know where you've heard that marinas are exempt everywhere else from Muskoka, because that's not true. Like I can give you names of some of them that we've implemented the Lakeside Collection program, and that's been okay with them. Every one of them is different though. In Bracebridge, we're contemplating a new depot. Every site, every location needs a dialogue back and forth. There was an awful lot in your debrief. I'm going to play back the tape because I want to fully appreciate all the points you're making. But my commitment is that we want to understand and work with the township to make sure that we land this property in a way that's acceptable to you and the public.
Thank you. I'll just put one other final comment here, if I may, Mayor. Councillors Jarvis and Cooper and I are, the dominant responsible councillors for the Bay. Councillor Bocek has some element of it as well. Sadly, if we get all four of us together, that's a quorum and we can't do that. But I would welcome the opportunity for ongoing discussions because from all kinds of chats we've had so far, Councillors Jarvis, Cooper, and I are very well informed and aligned with the needs of our area. And it probably would serve you well to work directly with us to try to understand the issues and the needs a little bit better. Thank you.
I'm just going to state before I move on that Councillors Bocek and I find that offensive when you suggest that we don't care about the Bay and the three of you do. I think we all do. And maybe that wasn't your intention, so please be careful how you put it. By singling out three and suggesting they're more informed is not fair. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, Mayor Coatsier, and thank you, Fred, for your time today. I would normally give up my time in a case like this to Councillor Cooper or Councillor Wianco, being that they have direct correspondence with you, but I've been contacted by island residents on Georgian Bay that are very upset with the immediate plans and the future plans. And I'll give you one example, and that would be Present Island, which has a large residential population, probably one of the largest island populations in Georgian Bay. And originally you had an annual pickup, barge pickup. And their taxes reflect that. And then it was brought to them that we're not going to do an annual pickup anymore. We're going to do a semi-annual pickup. And their taxes didn't reflect that. Then they were told we're not going to get a garbage pickup by barge because of COVID. And their taxes didn't reflect that. And now we're talking about canceling the large barge pickup as a responsibility of the district. So they've gone from a pickup every year on a barge to a pickup every 2 years on a barge to absolutely no pickup, and there's been no reflection in their taxes. If this is such a great big expense to the district, which we've been told, why is it not reflected in in their taxes. They get nothing outside of police, fire, ambulance. Garbage is the only other thing they get on that island. And their taxes have not changed. And as far as I know, don't plan to be changed. So what are they getting for their tax dollars if they're not getting their heavy garbage pickup?
So I'm not going to comment on taxation because that's a discussion well beyond myself. What I can say though is that it's not the district's money, it's your money. It's really whatever the cost of the program is, it's allocated to the township. And so I submit to you that give us input on what should be part of the program and what shouldn't be. I've outlined my reasons of why barging service, it's not going to work for the district. Ultimately, all decisions are made by committee and council at the district. So, but I'm concerned about my employees' role in this. And I think there's a political question as to whether that service should be provided or not. And that's not for me to answer that question. That's really a political question to say what should be included and what shouldn't be.
Councillor Jarvis, or sorry, Councillor Bochek, did you have something to add?
Sorry, I was muted. My fault. I just thanked Fred for his response, and I appreciate your time today.
Thanks, sir.
Councillor Jarvis.
Not much to add that already hasn't been brought up by particularly Councillor Hazelton. I just wanted to thank Fred for his time. I know a lot of effort's going into this, but being an island cottager, it's extremely frustrating to see money go into district and basically nothing come out for us. And I'd like to see something that certainly includes us more so in the discussions than it seems to have taken place so far. Thank you.
Thank you. I would also like to thank Mr. Yan or Commissioner Yan for joining us today, and also call out to Ms. Mack. I know that she has quite a number of fans in this part of the world because she's very good at listening and actually giving good answers, and a lot of people appreciate that. And so, Ms. Mack, thank you very much for all the work you've done in our area. And I know that the service has improved in the last couple of years because you've been paying attention to some of the things you've been hearing. Not that it unfortunately solves the big dilemma that we have. Commissioner Yan, I was very pleased to hear you make reference to trying to improve the organics program, because I think that is a significant challenge and of important. And I know that because I go to the transfer station, the Baxter transfer station on a regular basis, and I would say 80% of the time, count them, two bins, yay big for organics are overflowing. And I know from our place, organics represent over 50% by weight and probably a third of the volume of what we produce. And so I think that is got so much room for improvement. And I'm afraid I'm one of those types that I'm insistent on putting my organics in those overflowing bins as opposed to throwing them in the garbage. We need more organic capacity. There's no question in my mind on that. I think that Councillor Hazelton mentioned the transient marinas, and one of the big issues I have with the province is why do the transient marinas have different rules than the marinas that serve cottagers who, by the way, have to take care of the grare water and the boats don't. There's a gross unfairness that we're far more conscious of here than many another, because many a marina in our province serve almost predominantly transient boaters, if I can call them that. What's unusual in water access country is that we have marinas that serve residents, and it's a difference that the province is been all too slow to grasp. And I think Councillor Cooper is absolutely right in his suggestion that marina bin collection is going to be the most cost-effective and efficient and respected system if we can just make the improvements to it to make it less environmentally offensive. Even though I would think in most places, our environment is not being harmed, and certainly a lot less harmed than the way we used to get rid of garbage years ago with informal dumps in the backwoods or in the middle of the lake, and we don't want to go there. And so I think we got to explore that we got to get the province on board. That's one real hurdle we got to clear, is get the province to understand that marina collection isn't any different whether it's serving a cottage or a yacht, and it isn't really that much different if it's serving a trailer park or a condo. So I think we got real hurdles there. Having said all that, I could go on and on, but I'm not going to. I appreciate your report. I think we definitely got more work to do. I'm a little bit disappointed that it's going to take more work to get Go Home Lake collection working, but I'd rather be patient and do it right than be impatient and do it wrong. So we appreciate all the work you're doing, and thank you very much for this update.
Just two comments in closing, if I may, Your Worship. I just want to commit, like, I think the absolute path forward is a good relationship back and forth with the township, good dialogue like this, so we're on the same page. I've learned to appreciate that all of Muskoka is different. And Stephanie has been our secret weapon to go out there and understand at the ground level what's going on and land these conversations. And I think she's a big part of the path forward. And I did have some conversations with the MECP, to your point, Your Worship. I've said to them, you know, obviously Georgian Bay has sensitivities to get this right. And there's some challenges that may put us in a tough spot with respect to the deadline that they've given us of 2024. Now, they haven't given me a carte blanche and said, you know, you can have whatever amount of time you need. I find that they're very reasonable as long as we're making progress to move the discussion forward and land it. I just wanted you to know that I've had that discussion, that I think it's more important that we get it right than we rush and try to meet their deadline. I think they are pleased with the progress we're making and the fact that we are taking steps to make sure that environmentally, you know, there's no impacts to the environment while we go through this process. I appreciate everybody's time and your candor and discussion, and I wish you all the best. Thanks.
We look forward to further discussions, and if I understood it correctly, I think you have an open invitation from Councillor Hazelton to, you know, use one of his beds for a week, if so required. And I'm willing to bet the rest of us would do the same with you,
or mine.
Yeah, to come out and check things out.
I'll take you up on that.
We're very happy to do it. For some reason, we love to show people from whether it's the township or district what it's like to be out in Georgian Bay, because we love it. Those of us who are on Georgian Bay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming, and thank you as well, Ms. Mack. Council, we've been at it for a few minutes shy of 2 hours. I'm going to suggest a quick 10-minute break, and I say quick because we have a number of people waiting who want to speak to us, but I think it's important that we take a little break. So let's reconvene at 3:05 sharp, and we'll see you then. Thank you very much.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Put the volume a little bit.
I'm not sure who's talking. We haven't quite started the meeting yet, but yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I was having a bit of, I left the room, so I didn't know what was going on. Okay. It's,
I would put my mute, put just myself back on mute.
Mr. Mayor, when you get the chance to go to the code, not the short-term rentals, I'll be declaring a pecuniary interest. I didn't get a chance to do that earlier in the meeting because I was having trouble getting on board.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think I've probably.
Oh, you just muted yourself.
Oh, sorry. I've given the information to Karen, so I think I'm okay for declaring a pecuniary interest.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Way, are you about ready to let this meeting roll again? We're at 3:05. All right, council, believe it or not, we've been at this meeting for 2 hours and we still haven't approved an agenda for the meeting. So I think it's about time. And what's unusual about today, before I read the motion, is that we have an open forum and we have actually some participants who want their 2 minutes. And so this is quite unusual, but that's, I think it's actually rather refreshing. And so what I'm going to propose, because I believe they're going to speak to the short-term rental matter, is that we have item 7A, our sustainability report on short-term rentals, immediately following the open forum. Then we'll go to council code of conduct, and then a couple finance matters. But in the meantime, I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole adopts the agenda September 15th, 2021, as amended to include item 8B, annual insurance renewal, if we have time. All those in favor? And that is carried. So we do have a number of people who want to participate in open forum. And according to my list, I had 4 names. And Ms. Way, is it just 4 participants that you're aware of at this point?
Yes, Your Worship. Mr. Eels. Oh, maybe keeps disappearing. Oh, there he is. He was first on our list.
Okay, and per our open forum regulations, each one of you gets 2 minutes. That doesn't include if there's any questions from a councillor. And so, Mr. Eels, would you like to proceed with what you'd like to say, please? If he's there. I presume that's the Bob on my screen.
Yes, I sent a request to unmute.
I'm trying to unmute. Is that working now?
We hear you now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council for allowing me to speak today. I'm just speaking about short-term rentals that are occurring in our area. We are on Iroquois Road, which is on just off South Gibson Lake. We are waterfront on Gibson Lake. 2 short-term rentals have opened up in the last 2 years on each side of me. And since that time, we've had quite a few disturbances and problems going on in the neighborhood. These businesses, as I call them, are short terms, usually 3 to 4 days probably a week at the most. As I understand, people are renting them from $1,700 to $1,400 a night. This is a business for them. It goes on 365 days a year. We rarely see the actual owners of the property. As I say, they're mostly from the GTA area and ultimately buy these properties just to run it as their new business. This was not a problem when it used to be before Airbnbs came around, where people would rent their cottage for friends, family, and other people for perhaps a week or a couple of weeks over the summer, and nobody had no concerns with that. This is now turning into 20 people showing up, 15 to 20 people, 12 to 15 vehicles parked in the driveway, loud parties and noises, and also damage to the lake. Our property has been damaged, the dock and our boats, from people that rent or bring their watercrafts, and it's causing damage. There's also environmental issues, which I've listened to this afternoon. That many people using a septic system that was designed for a family of 4 or 6. They turn the home into multi-bedrooms and multi-bathrooms to accommodate everyone. I bought at this place here in 2014. I've been on the lake since the 70s and even the 90s and right up to the current date. As I said, never had any issues with anyone until these businesses have started up. I think that we need to bring in some sort of a bylaw that will allow us to have some conditions placed on these businesses. We can't have them running as campgrounds or a commercial property. I purchased here waterfront residential, and that's what I'd like to see it stay as, and hoping that you can design some sort of a bylaw or conditions to control this problem. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your input. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I think council, let's listen to all 4, and then if any of you have questions for any of them, I think we'll do it that way. And I hope all 4 of you will be able to remain on the line while we go. Be a little more patient with us. You've waited this long. I appreciate a few more minutes.
Not a problem.
Ms. Cowdy, you're next on my list.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Excellent. I'm in Calgary right now, so I have coming from afar, but this was a problem that was it kind of ruined our summer for sure. We've owned our cottage on Roberts Island for 47 years. I've grown up in the area respecting the water, the forests, the islands, the wildlife, the land, the history, and the beauty of this special place. I've watched a community of people develop, care for each other, grow and change and adapt over the course of our 47 years here. With the sale of the cottage beside us and the creation of a short-term rental through Airbnb, I witnessed a complete disrespect from both the owners. The registered owners are an incorporated business, and as well as the renters that came for all the property, or the people of our community, the land, the water, the wildlife, and the forests of this area. The water, the forests, and the wildlife are the skeleton of this ecosystem, and without some long-term planning around short-term rentals, this will be damaged. Our experience this summer demonstrated to me that the existing bylaws that are in place do not protect or help the surrounding communities with regards to the issues that arise with a short-term rental or commercial business in our residential community. The purchase of this property for investment purposes has affected our community in numerous ways. A few of the observations I've made in terms of zoning, the commercial use of a shoreline residential island property is not a listed or permitted use as defined by our municipal laws. There's pressure on municipal resources because we've had to make numerous complaints to bylaw. We had to report to the fire because of unattended fire. We also had to report to the OPP. Unfortunately, no support was available on weekends, after dark, or after hours. So if unsupervised short-term rentals are to continue in this area, the township will require more funding for marine access at any time, day or night, so that island residents can receive the same kind of support that mainland residents can access. There's pressure on the natural resources, which Bob mentioned earlier about the septic system. There was approximately 100 or more guests came through, 15 or more dogs in 12 weeks. And it just can't take it. So also for health and safety with the septic system, it's inevitably going to fail with that many people using it. And then there's potential harm to the lakes. The fire codes of these residential properties can't regulate the number of people occupying the property. The lakefront and boat use has increased significantly, many in unsafe ways. It's a negative effect on the community because we had people playing music all day, all night, partying despite the strict Airbnb policy. And the campfires were going all the time. The people had to bring their own firewood, but they were trespassing to collect deadfall as well as stealing firewood from the neighbors. They attracted bears because of the improper storage of garbage. Anyways, all of these contribute to a general incompatibility of short-term rentals within a residential and, more importantly, a shoreline island residential zone. Commercial properties are required to have on-site management to deal with issues affecting their neighbors. And even with that being said, existing provincial and municipal bylaws may be able to deal with some of these issues, but because being on an island, these are difficult, if not impossible to enforce. So the other part of this is that if the situation is so bad, what worries me is that if we need to leave or sell our property because of this, our property value is decreased because of the unsupervised short-term rental next door. And many of the properties on Roberts Island are super close to each other. They were built in the 50s and 60s. Lot sizes are 100 feet waterfront or less. And so they're right in your face and they're right on your property. And, I'm worried that if, potential investment buyers would look at this and look at it as a business opportunity to turn the whole shoreline into basically like a trailer park. So I have a few suggestions as to what I would like to see. I don't want to take up my 2 minutes doing that, but I would like to forward this to the councillors and the members of the township with my suggestions as far as
I think we would greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Cowdy, you're next on my list.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. I have spent 67 summers in Honey Harbor, and the friendships that I have formed here with both cottagers and local people have remained strong throughout my whole life. As a teenager, I considered this place as magical, and I still do. All of this magic was shattered when the next door cottage was bought by a corporation and transformed into an Airbnb short-term rental. It's a business 23 feet from our little cottage. Our happy shoreline community was split in two, with 10 to 15 strangers waking us up at 3 o'clock in the morning and responding with threatening behavior when asked to turn off the music and put out the fire mere feet from our deck. Our neighborhood has been transformed into a miniature inner city ghetto, complete with cocaine and any other drug you might want. A call to 911 revealed no marine police service at night. Bylaw officers were unavailable at that hour, and calls to the owner corporation got a recording answering service. I feel that businesses such as these should not be permitted in residential zones, particularly in water access shoreline communities. Local cabin rental and trailer park businesses and campgrounds supervised by on-site operators have demonstrated ability to maintain peace. Short-term rental businesses scattered throughout residential shoreline zones cannot. It adds insult to injury that the cottage owners will be asked to pay to have the township do this work for those owners. I fear the magic of this special place could be lost forever if the importation of big city problems is not controlled. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you win the prize for being inside of 2 minutes.
Good.
Ms. Restemeyer,
Yes,
I'm
I'm
afraid you're
sorry.
last on my list.
Well, that's okay. Alphabetical, right?
I'm not
is-
sure how the list
I'm
was
used,
created.
I'm used to it. It's okay. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors, for hearing us today. A lot of what's been said is also included in what I'm about to say too. This was written by my husband. We have been cottagers on Iroquois Road for 45 years. The last 15 as year-round residents. Over the last few years, there's been a dramatic change to our neighborhood. In the past, when a cottage was purchased, it was generally for personal use. It may have been rented for a short period of time to cover some costs. This has changed, and many cottages that are purchased are immediately turned into cottage motels, which are run as for-profit businesses. As such, they should be treated as a business. They should be licensed and then required to adhere to the same rules and bylaws as a cottage resort. The environmental concerns involved with those properties is of great concern to our water quality. How can a septic system that was installed on a property for a 3-bedroom cottage and a 2-bedroom bunkie be advertised as a great place for a family reunion or a corporate retreat and sleep 16 people? I'm sure that the permit for this septic was not issued for this constant usage. Iroquois Road has 20 properties. 10% of them are now short-term rentals. How do these rentals meet the current zoning regulations? A description on the web of one of the properties states that it is located in a friendly cottage neighborhood. These motels are destroying the character of our community. And he finished with this. Frankly, people can do things at a short-term rental that would get them kicked out of a hotel.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid, Mr. Cowdy, you're going to have to share the prize. We greatly appreciate your input. Council, is there any questions you'd like to ask of these 4 participants? And I'll start with Councillor Jarvis.
Just some clarification. Bill, are you related to Kim? Are you on Roberts Island as well?
Yes, Kim is my daughter, and she spent the whole summer here since she's a teacher.
Got it. Okay, and then Bob and Ms. Restemeyer, you're both in the same area around Gibson Lake. I got the same road.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
we are.
That's fine. And it doesn't diminish your concerns. Believe me. I just wanted to make that clarification. Okay, thank you.
Can I state something else that has us all concerned too?
If you may, sure.
The speed with which people are coming in now. It's a bumpy road, it's a twisty road. I myself have taken advantage of the CAA offer for free please slow down signs and put 2 up. It's almost dangerous to go walking on some days. And you know, we live here, we walk pretty well every day of the year. So
Okay,
as well as environmental, it's safety.
Okay, I think what we're going to do now, and I think we'll let the 4 of you just stay in this meeting and listen to it, because we're about to get a presentation from a number of staff members I see listed here in regard to short-term rentals and what options that could be explored by council and staff. So why don't I turn the screen over to whoever's going to lead this off. I see Miss CEO Gunby, so you must be the lead. And if you could present the report on short-term rentals along with your staff, I think we'd all appreciate it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. What I wanted to open up is by saying that, as I've already expressed verbally to Councillor Hazelton and Mayor Coetzee, this report may appear to be incomplete, but the reason that it doesn't have every single detail of what we could do to create a bylaw is because this report took long enough for staff to do, and I didn't want to dedicate too much staff time to something if the committee chose not to move ahead with it. So the 2 options for committee to choose from is to remain status quo and have staff deal with the complaints as they have been based on the bylaws that we already have in place, the noise bylaw, things like that. And or you can direct us to come back with a completely detailed report with every step that we will need to take in order to create the bylaw that you're searching for. So what I'm hoping that this meeting will result in is, first of all, a choice of the two. But if it's the one that you want us to come back with a detailed report and a draft bylaw, we would like council to express the exact things that they would be looking for, so we would know exactly what to report back on. So for instance, because short-term rentals is not in our zoning bylaw and it's not permitted in residential zones, we would have to do a zoning bylaw amendment and possibly an official plan amendment, and that would take time and be a public process. So I'm just hoping that we have bylaw, building, maybe not building just yet, I think Dave was on a call, and planning here to discuss and answer any questions council may have. We're just hoping to get a solid direction from the committee today.
All right, fair enough. I see Councillor Hazelton's hand, so I'll let him lead off the discussion.
I'd like to ask our CAO, please, maybe you could come back online here. We've heard from the speakers, the guests, that these are commercial operations in a residential zone. Could you help us? This is kind of just a simple binary question. If they're commercial, not residential, how can they exist in that residential zoning?
Planning staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think because they're not defined in the zoning bylaw, they're not listed as being commercial or residential or anything. But Brad is here and he can answer that for you.
Mr. Oster.
So with short-term rentals, most of the legal opinions that other municipalities have received is that because it's essentially acting as a single detached dwelling, even though a short-term rental is operating out of it, the use of it is still residential in nature. And therefore, most legal opinions in other municipalities have came back that the use is permitted within most residential zones unless it is expressly prohibited. As noted in the report, if council wanted to obtain a legal opinion specific to the Township of Georgian Bay, that is an option that we can look into.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Cooper. Sorry, Councillor Hazelton.
So, Brad, thank you very much for that, and also our CEO Gunby. I think we want to get clarity on this. The experiences that have been shared, I think, are very clear indications that these are not residential. These are essentially hotel examples, hoteling examples. And to the point that has been made, you couldn't get away with behavior that is going on in these locations if you were in a trailer park, in a hotel, or any other commercial-like environment. And so I would certainly love to get clarity that perhaps would deal with it. But I guess the other key point, and just to answer our CEO's question directly, absolutely, I will fully support bringing back a detailed report on how we go about managing these. But let me just offer that where we have no laws in place to effectively manage that, which we don't. Our noise bylaw doesn't comply. You can't get OPP or bylaw enforcement out to the properties in the evening, certainly not out to water access properties. Basically, my conclusion after what I've heard today and from the research I've done and the calls that I fielded is that we have no laws in place to deal with these today. And the problem isn't insignificant, it's very significant. And we need to find a way to be able to enforce and stop the insanity. That for me, it's going to be a careful thing that we're going to have to craft here, because I do know neighbors who rent out their cottage because they need to cover some costs of taxation and others to help it to be affordable. And the people that they have are not offensive because the owners still live there most of the time. And they would only have a renter who they trusted explicitly to be careful with their property. That doesn't appear to be the case in these Airbnb scenarios. And I absolutely think we need some laws with teeth that can protect our residents that we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier, and thank you everybody for your input. I have heard some of these stories, of course, and yours just reinforces what we're hearing, and basically a lot of intensification and potential pollution. It's really very worrisome. And I think to answer our CAO Gumby's question, I don't see the status quo as working. So I hope the answer for you is that we need a report and some solutions. And I would suggest, and I'm sure you've already gone down this road, but I'm not sure that we need to reinvent the wheel. There are places that have been dealing with this. As I understand it, the sort of Collingwood Blue Mountain area has some things in place for rentals, and including, as I understand it, not only fines but also basically a sort of a 3 strikes you're out. If you get one complaint, it's X. If you get 2 complaints, it's Y, and the third one, you're no longer in the business. So maybe it requires a licensing process that may be one of the issues to deal with, or help to deal with this. The other thing that might help is along these lines with the sort of short-term Airbnb might be the length of stay, and the number of people might be part of the solution as well. So there's a couple of other thoughts. The length of stay, in other words, minimum of 10 days as opposed to a weekend. And take that sort of hotel solution out of the Airbnb and turn it into more of the kind of rentals that do work in our communities. Lots of people rent their cottages from time to time, and they're very worried about their neighbors and want to make sure that it's a pleasant experience for everybody. So there are some things that work along those lines, like length of stay and number of people, those kinds of things. So just a few little things to throw out at you, CAO Gunby. Thank you.
CAO Gunby.
Just to clarify a couple things. So in the report, I think there's about 5 or 6 examples of what other municipalities are doing. So we definitely have already taken that step. The prosecutor that we use for other matters has drafted something, not for us, but for others. So if that's the path that council or committee wants to take, we can definitely work with him on it. I would rather not reinvent the wheel. Just writing this report took 4 staff members long enough to do. And also I do know that it may appear that it's currently not working, but I just wanted to state that with the bylaw officers working with the complaints for the noise, burning, animal control, etc. Ms. King is here, but she has stated to me previously that when she deals with the complaints based on the bylaws we have, those complaints get resolved because she works with the owners of the properties.
Okay. Councillor Bochek, you are next in line.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzer. And I'm going to take a little different approach to this because I'm not in favor of what I'm hearing about Airbnbs, which happens to be a corporate brand. It's really not Airbnbs that we're interested in. It's short-term rentals. I happen to think there's a place for Airbnbs in this township, and this may help Jessica in what she brings back to us in the way of a report. I know many cottage families that have seasonal residential homes here, Airbnb their homes out, but they do it in a form of bed and breakfast. So they're in their residence when they rent their Airbnb. In other words, they may have an extra bedroom, bathroom in their cottage, and they will put it on Airbnb and rent it out as a bed and breakfast, which I've rented many times, Niagara on the Lake, etc. In my neck of the woods here with the golf courses and such, there is Airbnbs where people rent out, their lower floor, they have an apartment or whatever, to golfers to come in for the weekend and golf, but they're there. They're on the premises when these guests are there. Huge difference from what we're talking about here in the case, you know, on Iroquois or anywhere else where their businesses renting out properties for the use of whoever lies on the application to get it. So I'd like there to be a distinction between bed and breakfast Airbnbs where the resident remains on the property while the property is being rented out, whether that's in a bunkie or if it's upstairs or whatever, but there needs to be a distinction in the report brought back to council. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I read through the report a couple times that was provided, and thanks for the report. I like to see that, it was 5 different municipalities, towns were checked out for their policies on this, and I think it's really important that we use and utilize that information that's already around and to formulate our policy. I'm in agreement with Councillor Bocek. We don't want to hinder, and I think both everybody who's spoken already will agree, we don't want to hinder the sane rental of property. It's the insane rental of property that's the issue, and we've just got to figure out the best way to deal with it without making it a huge imposition on those that are doing it responsibly. But I do see that we need to come up with some policy. And again, I think as Councilor Cooper said, and our CAO has agreed, we take the information that other people have already been able to work on and formulate something on that basis. But yeah, I'm very much in favor of trying to regulate this somehow.
Thank you. I know that we're not going to hear from Councillors Wienko or Douglas because they've recused themselves from this discussion, presumably because they rent out property. So I'm just going to add in my comments, and that is, first of all, what I was quite pleased to read in the report, in which I was aware of, is that our bylaw officers have had some success with some of these properties. That doesn't mean they've had enough success with enough properties, but I know they've had some success, and I think that I can't help but applaud their work in that regard of basically educating and informing people. However, I also fully agree that this is a matter of concern, because even though today we've heard about 3 different properties, we know that next year there can be more, and that so I think that is something. And what I'm hearing from everybody, I'm afraid, CO Gunby, is that we're going to favor the option A, requiring more work, because I think, one thing that I heard over and over again in one form or another is a business versus a residence. And I'm talking about attitude, because if, as I say, if the resident is there or they're renting to a friend or somebody who comes well recommended for a week or 2 at a time, I don't see a problem. I talked to one resident whose the cottage next door is Airbnb'd out, but he said every week it's a different family. They're there for a week. They're quite amusing to watch as the kids try to swim or learn how to boat. There's no harm done. It's a family enjoying a cottage. And I don't think any of the 4 in front of us would complain about a family enjoying a cottage. It's the bleepity bleeps who think that the excuse to party all night and nobody will catch them that are ruining the neighborhoods. And I think we have to have something in our bylaws to somehow restrict those, if you excuse my term, bleepity bleeps. I think that's a little better than some other words we could use, any of us. So what I'm just going to go on this assumption, and what I have in front of me is moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. You want to speak one more time?
If I may?
Maybe.
Thank you. I would just like to ask our, I'll make 2 comments here. One, I'd like to ask our staff to focus on the comparative type or environments. Councillor Cooper referenced Collingwood And I read through your notes in the report, and there were a couple of cities that were referenced in there. I'm not sure that those references are appropriate. As we think about appropriate comparisons, I think the counties have done an excellent job of highlighting the uniquenesses of water access properties where bylaw and OPP cannot come out, will not come out. So those are concerns. And then one other final comment about about a bed and breakfast concept that Councillor Bocek brought up. And generally, I would agree with him. However, I will tell you that there was a property across the bay from us where the guy used to run all kinds of parties. He had a kind of a commercial kitchen. He would host bachelor parties for guys who would say very nasty things to their neighbors. And he finally sold, and I can pretty much guarantee everyone in the Bay is very pleased that he's gone. It's gone back to a residential property. And we were all kind of reluctant to complain about him. But as I say, now that he's gone, we're all delighted. And so what I wanted to share by reference of that is so often in cottaging community, when you have a neighbor and they're really annoying, you want to put up with it because you know they're going to be a neighbor for forever or for a long time period, and you try not to complain about it. But the examples that have been come forward here are out of control, and we need to find ways of putting teeth and controls into the hands of our enforcement officers to deal with this kind of thing. But we also need to recognize that people generally don't want to complain about a lot of this stuff, and we need to proactively try to deal with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that the mayor and council direct staff to bring back a detailed report on the steps and requirements on enforcing a bylaw regulating short-term rentals, staffing, financial consideration, administrative work required, etc. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That has been carried unanimously. CEO Gunby, I'm afraid your staff cannot go on their holidays. They got a little more work to do.
Well, darn. So just a couple things I wanted to clarify after that. So because this is committee of the whole, this motion gets ratified at the next council meeting. And so the earliest that this report could come forward would be November. So that's one of the reasons I put it on this agenda, and also so we could have the open forum so members of the public could speak. Yeah. We will also have to have a public meeting for this bylaw. So I don't think that would be happening in November. I think what would happen then is we would bring you maybe a sample or two, and we can sort of pick and choose to create a final one that you would like presented to the public. And then we can have the public meeting possibly in December or January. I don't see this as being a short fix, and I would not want to rush it.
Well, like the prior topic, I'd rather a little patience to get it right than impatience to get it wrong.
Perfect.
Councillor Bocek?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I do have one question of clarity that I'd like to ask of our CBO. I see he's on online with our meeting here.
Okay, well, while he gets online, before you ask the question, I'm just going to say to our 4 participants, in case they sign off at a certain point, thank you very much for your input. It's greatly appreciated. And I've actually enjoyed the fact that our open forum was taken advantage of, because for so many months we've had nobody. So thank you. And I hope you believe that you've been well heard.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate all the councillors' comments and your worship as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate
Hey,
it.
Dave,
Thank you very
my
much.
quick question to you, Dave, is residential and commercial are 2 very different things in the building code. And my understanding that a commercial building must have a live load on all structures heavier than what would be in a residential. In other words, decks, floors, everything else. I believe the number that strikes my mind is 110-pound live load for commercial buildings, and not nearly that for residential buildings. So for someone to seek a commercial status for their property, to run a legal Airbnb, it probably wouldn't meet the building code for a commercial establishment anyways, would it?
Well, there's lots of things that we would look at, and it's 40 pounds for residential, 100 pounds for commercial. The sewage system, an occupant load of 2 persons per bedroom. That doesn't include the cots that they pull out and everything else. So there's lots of regulations that we would look at, and it would be site specific.
Very good. So this is probably going to be a very in-depth report. And again, everybody's apologized to Jessica for the workload, but I'll do it now because it's going to be a big one.
I also just wanted to clarify that if we come back, it might not be with a recommendation to make anything commercial. It could just be, we don't know that just yet. So when we come back, there will be quite a few, there's going to be a lot of details. Yeah, you're right.
CBO Fedori.
I just wanted to mention, if there is actual concerns with a failing sewage system, please let the building department know and we will investigate it.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right. Our CEO has her marching orders, amongst many others orders. And I see that Councillor Rienko has rejoined us, and Councillor Douglas. And so we will now go on to the clerk's report in regard to code of conduct.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, I was just making sure everyone is where they're supposed to be in our meeting currently. So I provided a draft report based off the comments that I received from members of council back in, I think the springtime it was, and tried to, the attachment outlines all of the comments specifically received, but then within the report, I tried to break them down to tangible chunks. And each of these little pieces are what I can then take forward to put together a draft, but some of them are conflicting. Some of them are a lot of work and may not necessarily gel with the format that we currently have. So what I would like to do today is go through this chart item by item and get basically a yay or nay to each one. And then I can take that information away and build a better draft that maybe is meeting the needs of council. Because right now in the past, I've been getting a lot of conflicting requests. And this would just kind of give clear direction for where council would like this document to go.
Okay, I'm going to then let you lead the discussion and the inquiry.
Right.
And given that it's cow and all that, we don't have to do all the formality through you, Mr. Mayor stuff, okay?
Correct. Thank you so much. So is it easier if I share my screen and show you the document and go through it as I share the screen? I'm
You
getting
got at least one thumbs up and one nod.
got
so
one
I
thumbs up, or I'd have to reference each document back or each item back and forth, which is fine.
Councillor Bochek, you have a comment?
Yeah, I would be fine with having it up on the screen as long after each point we stop and get council's reaction to it, and then move on to the next point.
Okay, perfect.
Councillor Cooper?
Yeah, and I'd be happy to go through it sort of page by page or however you want to do it. I assume that's what you mean versus this chart of there's a wish list. You're not going through the wish list.
I'm not going through the wish list now.
No, okay.
I've broken it down and put them all together. Kind of there's a smaller version of that within the report, and that's the chart I would like to go through today that kind of groups all those wish list items together tangibly.
Okay, and sorry to just, so the other thing that I'm willing or would like to do is to share a few edits that I have as well. We've already had some input, but I went through this document in particular and could share that with you later today or tomorrow, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. So, too many things open. So the first item, and I think this may be an easy one to discuss, but currently the code is with bylaw 2019-017. And one of the comments were keep the current code of conduct and make no changes. So I'm looking for.
So all we have to do is approve that and this whole report's over.
Potentially,
Simple.
yes, or it gets turned down and we have a lot more things to go through.
I think council's keen on going through the list. Sorry. Nice try.
That's okay. That's why I started with this one. So. Okay, I'm just going to delete it as we go then. So the second item, and I had opposing views on this one, which is to have the code of conduct reviewed by the Integrity Commissioner. One set of comments was to have the 2021 draft code of conduct reviewed by the Integrity Commissioner prior to being finalized by council. And opposing that, I also had comments for having it not reviewed by the Integrity Commissioner.
Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Cooper. Okay, I saw Bocek raise his hand. Who knows how, and we ain't go. We'll go through the whole range on this one and see. I can see it coming.
You can go on to somebody else. I was trying to find out if there were other icons other than a hand, like a thumbs up or thumbs down, but apparently not. So go ahead.
Okay. Well, then we'll go straight to Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, so what we should do is just do thumbs up, thumbs down, and everything. But this has got two options, and while I'm not in favor of the second option. I like the idea of the first option. I think the Integrity Commissioner should know what we're up to, but I don't think we should. I mean, a review is good. I don't think we should be allowing any changes by the Integrity Commissioner, or if they're suggested, we should be looking at them before anything gets changed. So I'd be okay with the first option so long as it's left. The document is there for her to review, not to change.
Correct. Yes, that was the intent to this, is to have it run by her to see if there's anything we're missing, or perhaps functionally she doesn't think would work, and we can take those comments back to council.
Okay.
Councillor Cooper.
I like this word ditto, but I do agree with what has just been said, and I think the only thing I would say is that while I would be most interested in hearing from the Integrity Commissioner and on anything that we've missed, but to allow the Integrity Commissioner to make massive changes, I think would be inappropriate. It's our code of conduct, and if we have put a lot of work into it, I think we want to see it instituted. And so that would be my suggestion. Another sort of downside of just handing it over and saying, mark it all up any way you like, is that it's a bit like saying to an employee, you can not only write your own job description, but you can do your annual review and give yourself a raise. I mean, it's just a pretty absurd concept. So thank you.
Councillor Wienko, followed by Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Bocek. Councillor Hazelton.
No, I think the Integrity Commissioner has to review this application. And if she was going to make massive changes, then she has to explain why. But I doubt if she'll do that. Basically, I want to know how user-friendly it is, or how applicable it is, or whatever, how easy it is to use. I think the way it's written right now, I think it's complicated. And I think anybody that it applies to would probably not receive much punishment. But I definitely think that the commissioner has to review it, because she's the one that's going to have to use it at some point, and I want to make it something that she can use.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Yeah, I'm in agreement with most people so far that I think the Integrity Commissioner should have eyes on it to make comment. Probably for all the reasons that have already been stated. So there really not much more I should say about this, but I do think that she should have eyes on, or whoever our commissioner is at the time, just to provide comment. Perhaps she's got suggestions, but not to pull it apart, of course, but suggestions are always welcome. And certainly she's the one that's going to have to adjudicate it. So yeah, I agree.
Councillor Bocek.
I definitely would like to see this go to the Integrity Commissioner for review, but for a completely different reason. I would like to know if she's willing to work within the framework that we're offering her for our code of conduct. And if she is not, then we'll have to look for another Integrity Commissioner that will work within the framework that this council has put forward. And that's the only reason I think there should be a review by the Commissioner.
Councillor Hazelton? Nope. Yeah, okay. So I think we're ending up with review by Integrity Commissioner for, I'm going to use the word usability. if she thinks there's stuff in there she can't use let her make suggestions, but if we're not asking her to write the code, we're asking her to make sure she can use it. Okay, next.
So next we are applicable to members of the public. Be applicable for all members, including elected members of council and appointed public members. So currently this is the council code of conduct. But obviously we want to ensure that some members are held, I guess there's been a bit of confusion about whether the public members are held to the same standard and what that process would be. So we're looking to see if this is going to clearly reference public members or just members of council.
Councillor Cooper.
Karen, I guess my feedback is that I don't think we can apply everything in this document to public members, but there are some aspects that they could apply. So my thought was, in fact, when I went through this document, I said I share what I've written with you. Where I thought it could apply to the public members, I wrote capital M for members of council and \lowercase m for members of the public, and put those into through the document so that at least we can sort of say this is where it probably should apply, because we do want to hold members of the public to a certain standard, not all the standards that we apply to council, but I think some. So that's my view. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wienko, followed by Councillor Bocek.
Yeah, this is where the integrity commissioner comes in. Can he or she actually agree that this can apply to public members of our committee? In my opinion, the code of conduct should apply to as many people as possible. And if our committee members, now some of them are paid, some of them aren't paid. So does that make a difference when it comes to it? But this is where the integrity commission would come in and say, basically, how many people, how broad a brush in the public can this apply to? So yeah, I think I wouldn't mind hearing an opinion on it.
CEO Gunby, before Councillor Bocek.
Thank you. Just to sort of remind council that some of the changes recently, well, maybe not recently, I think it was 2 years ago, but with COVID, I don't even know what day it is. Public members of committees are to be held to the same standard for the code of conduct. And they keep asking when they're going to get training on it. And I say, when council finally makes a decision on this code, we'll get you some training on it. So as soon as this is complete, we will be training all the members of our committees with this code of conduct.
It's Friday, by the way.
And
I knew it.
And just to confirm, public members of our committees can be called in front of the integrity commissioner, so to speak?
They are to follow the code of conduct, so yes.
All right, thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, Mayor Coates. In reading this, I was under the impression that committees of council would be held accountable to the same standards as council. By saying members of the public kind of confused me, but I think members that are a member of a committee of council, in other words, the Committee of Adjustments, maybe the KEG, because I think that's a committee of council as well too. But in the past and in the future, we've had many committees in this council that are not committees of council. One being the policing committee, which I chaired for years, was not a committee of council. I was the only council member there. So just to be sure that we're talking about not the general public, but the public that are sitting on committees of council.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, I think, Ms. Way, you got your answer there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So now we're going confidentiality clause.
Correct. So further define confidential documents and information provided to members, whether it has been clearly marked as confidential or not, and what, if any, release of that record process would be. So there's obviously lots of legislation surrounding confidential documentation and what we can and can't do when it comes to releasing information. And I guess this request was to incorporate some of those regulations within the code of conduct, so council understood what they can and cannot do with some of the information they receive.
You got one thumbs up. Okay, we got thumbs up, yes.
Thumbs up,
Please
okay.
include it. I mean, if we can do discussions like this and this, we can move along quite quickly.
So much easier. Committee versus local board. So to find the difference between a committee versus a local board, phrasing is kind of used interchangeably a little bit, but based off of our last conversation of public members, I want to assume this would be a yes as well.
Councilor Rienko.
Well, you'll have to give me an example of a local board, but if this was going to apply to the CAG, well, they're an advisory committee. Or advisory, yeah, they're really an advisory committee. So they're not a committee of council per se, they're advisory committee. So now we have three different categories: councilors, committee of council, and advisory. So is that what you're looking at? Is an advisory committee a local board, or?
They would be more of a local board than a committee of council, but this is what I mean. So obviously, if we're confusing the conversation, then maybe those need to be more clearly defined within the code. And then if we are including any public members, we're going to make it very clear who would qualify and who would not qualify without having to dig deep into legislation, because not
CEO
everyone
Gun-
finds that like fun like Jessica and I do.
I see Theo Gunby, followed by Councilor Hazelton, followed by Councilor Douglas.
I was just going to state an example of a local board would be the library board.
Thank you.
Councilor Hazelton.
Yeah, I think based on our previous agreement that this would apply to members of committees who are the public. And as our CAO just described, the local board being the library board, basically what we're saying is council, committee of adjustment, committees of council, and library board. And, you know, I don't know if the definition needs to be clarified if we've already agreed that the code is applicable to everybody.
Councilor Douglas.
Thank you. I would agree. I think that it should be the local boards as well as committee of councils, but also committees like the planning committee. I think anybody that's involved with our council or advising our council should be held at a high standard.
Okay. Inclusive, in other words.
Excellent.
Mediator.
Well, is it going to share? And my screen is frozen. Fantastic.
Okay, the next one is mediator. Include a mediator as part of the complaint process prior to the investigation by the Integrity Commissioner. Councilor Jarvis.
I think based on past discussions with council, because this has been a contentious issue, and I can be corrected on that, that's my interpretation. My idea of a mediator would be as requested, not as a necessity. So if those in conflict are happy with the mediator, then fine. But if they are not, and they want to go straight to the IC, then that's their prerogative. So it'd be listed as an option, not a requirement.
Councilor Wojcik. Followed by Councilor Douglas.
Yeah, thank you. If you're looking for, like you were in the past, a thumbs up or a thumbs down, for me, it's a thumbs down.
No mediator from your perspective.
Yes.
Okay, Councilor Douglas versus, apologize, but Councilor Douglas followed by Councilor Rienko.
Yeah, this is thank you. This is a bit of a contentious one, I think. I think if it's going to be in there at all, it needs to be as requested only and not as a mandated part of the process.
Councilor Rienko followed by Councilor Cooper.
I would think from my point of view as a thumbs down. It could be a stalling tactic by the individuals, but I'd rather not see it in there. But if the majority do want it in there, it has to be agreed by both parties. If one of the parties doesn't want it, then it gets bypassed. But I'm not keen on it because it just makes the whole thing complicated.
Councillor Cooper.
Lots of buttons to push. Yeah, I think mediation is a very effective tool, and we've had a lot of, there's quite a history of integrity commissioner reports that were unfounded, and had there been perhaps a mediation discussion in advance, we could have avoided a number of things, including misinformation, etc. So I think if we had somebody that was an objective person and a mediator, that would be very helpful. So I would support it. I would actually like to see it in every case. But I will say that if we do, I think when we get further down, if we use our staff and our clerk to make sure that there are real facts out there with our integrity commissioner as opposed to untruths, we may avoid the need for a mediator just by having the truth out there. So I know I'm talking about two different things, but I do believe that a mediator might get to the truth, and I'm not sure that we've always been able to get to the truth with our integrity commissioner. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Mediator is often a conflict de-escalation strategy, and it has proven to be very effective in all aspects of society, and I think it has a place in this process.
So what I'm getting, because we're more or less split on this council, but a number have suggested a mediation as an option as opposed to required, because I'm not even sure the law would allow us to say it's a requirement. I don't know. So I'm going to suggest that we ask the clerk to put it in as an option. And then we can discuss it a little bit further when that time comes. Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Bocek.
So I can appreciate what you're saying there. I think if we're going to put this in as an option, there's got to be a lot of language around it, i.e. who would be doing the mediator, which I absolutely think the staff should not be involved, or any council members for that matter. Yeah, I think there would have to be a lot of conversation, and again, passed by the integrity commissioner to see if we can even do that. But I mean, conflict resolution, I brought this up before, is being able to get into that and have somebody that is very good with conflict resolution skills can de-escalate and save us a lot of money and get things taken care of rather quickly. But there's got to be a lot of language around how that happens and who does it and so on. Yeah.
Councillor Wojcik.
Yeah, rethinking this and hearing my fellow councillors' opinions on this, I think if both parties agreed to mediation, there should be the ability for that. Currently, our integrity commissioner acts as the mediator as her first step. She gets the information, she reviews it and finds that if there's a reason to move forward with it, or if it's uncredible and doesn't move forward with it. Unfortunately, it's all one and the same person, and one feeds the other. So having an independent person review the case before it goes to the integrity commissioner might not be a bad idea. So my thumbs down becomes a closed fist. And I will agree if both sides agree to the mediation that I would be on board.
So
just don't hit anybody with it.
All right. So mediation as an option, and it's going to have to be worked on some more, including with the council. So obviously, whatever you come back with won't be final.
That's fine.
Well, it might be with your brilliance.
No pressure. It's fine.
No pressure.
Okay, moving on.
Council authority over committee, which is outline the process when council disagrees with a recommendation of a committee and does not ratify a decision at council. I guess I'm a little confused by this, because council has the option of accepting or not accepting a committee recommendation, do they not?
Correct.
So I'm not sure what we're getting at.
And I don't know if this would be more appropriate for the procedural bylaw if it were to fall into anywhere, but it has come up in the past year.
I'm not sure how it ties in with a code of conduct. That's my concern. Councillor Douglas.
Oh, thank you. I'm not quite sure I even understand what that means. Sorry. I'm confused on what it is and how that fits in and what are we talking about here?
So for example, if I'm just going to pick on the keg because that's the name that came to my head. It's no example set in mind, but if the keg wanted to like install water slides at the waterfront, I don't know. And council's like, I don't think we should have water slides. We're going to have a whole bunch of teeter-totters. That would be you disagreeing with the keg. And so you would not ratify their decision to install water slides. Now I want water slides at the waterfront, but anyways, now that I've thrown that idea out there.
How does that connect with code of conduct?
Yeah, sorry, I don't see what the connection is.
Councillor Jarvis?
I find myself in agreement with you, Mr. Mayor, and with Councillor Douglas. I don't see this aspect of our conversation having anything to do with code of conduct. I mean, we have that ability already to not accept recommendations. That's part of our mandate, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so that one's out. Next one, submission time frame. Reduce time frame to submit a complaint from the time of the event to 30 days. Is it now 45? I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Question. Give me a second.
It's 6 weeks as far as I can recall.
6 weeks. Okay, so that's 42 days. That was close. So we're going from 42 days to 30 days. Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Yanko, followed by Councillor Cooper.
I personally think we should just leave it at the time frame it's at, because sometimes things, it's more than one thing, or it's multiple things that happen. And I think the time frame should just be left alone, to be honest with you. Just allows a little bit more time if there's going to be repeated offending things happen, to have it spaced to, I think you're cutting it kind of short. I don't think it makes any, I don't think there's any benefit to having it at 30 days. I think 45 is fine, personally.
Councillor Yanko.
Well, if you go to make put a time frame on it, then I would want to know when the clock starts, because I know I've been around long enough and have been with most of the complaints. Most of the complaints are based on a number of incidents, not just one incident. There's been a file built up on an individual, and when they go to the Integrity Commission, they pass that file over, and the file could be years long. It could be, harassment, for example, workplace harassment. This doesn't happen once and you go to the Integrity Commission. It has to be a habit of harassment before you would go. So harassment can take over several months before you decide to go to the Integrity Commissioner. So I'm not quite sure when this 30 days starts. So maybe you can explain that one.
CEO Gunby.
I just wanted to clarify that it's not strictly harassment that people go to the Integrity Commissioner for. There's many items under the Code of Conduct that if someone goes against it just once, people can go to the Integrity Commissioner. And the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's as soon as you're made aware of the instance, that's when the 6 weeks starts.
Yeah, so it could be you witnessed it, or a week later you watched the YouTube video of something occurring, and that's the moment you became aware of it.
Yeah.
But I think, Jessica, you've been around long enough to know some of the people have been keeping files on various councillors. And basically, when the file gets big enough, they send it off to the commissioner and say, okay, here's 5 examples of whatever. It doesn't have to be harassment. It could be anything. But here's 5 examples. Just saying that basically 4 of those examples cannot be used. It can only be the last one. And I don't think that's fair. I think, Jessica, that some people have been keeping files over the years. And I think all that information in that file should be come forward.
So Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Bochek.
A couple of things I'm just trying to grasp here. I think what we're talking about, though, is submit. It's not when the file ends. It's just getting a submission of something. And the second point I think was already covered, which is when you learn about it. not when it happened, but when you become aware, I think is in the language, isn't it, Karen?
Yes.
So it's you might become aware of it 6 months down the road, and you're allowed to submit something because it just came to your attention. And secondly, the file can go on for 2 years, I suppose, if it's as long as the integrity commissioner has been notified within 45 days of when you became aware of this. That's my understanding. Have I got that wrong, Karen?
I'm going to say it's half right, because the other side of that is there's timeframes for when the integrity commissioner has to file the report. So, I mean, if you have a report filed within 6 months and something happens after the 7th month, then that's a new incident.
Right. Fair enough.
Before I go to Councillor Bocheck, I'm going to interrupt everything. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council suspend the procedure bylaw to permit the meeting to go beyond 4:30, but no later than 6 p.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. Councillor Bocheck, thank you for allowing the interruption, even though I didn't ask you the question.
That's fine. Karen, here's my concerns with this. And it's all in the wording, so it's going to be all up to you to get the wording correct. If there's a breach in the Municipal Act, it's very apparent. If one of us councillors breach the Municipal Act, it's very apparent right away, and there'll be something done about it usually within 24 hours, not 30 days. So that's pretty cut and dry. But what I hear from Councillor Wienko, I'm very aware of after my time on council, and certainly not just this current council, but the last council. A lot of times there's 10 small things that bring you to the point of, okay, I've had enough, I'm going to the integrity commissioner. I don't want the first 9 things dismissed because the 10th one is what broke the camel's back, and that was within the last 30 days. So in the wording, I think it needs to be very clear, and I may have to get legal advice on the wording on this. But an accumulation of infractions, whether it be workplace harassment or whatever, you don't want to be, every time it happens, some guy walks by, some person walks by and does something you don't like. You don't want to call the integrity commissioner every time. You kind of keep a file on it, record it, and when you realize that this is an ongoing issue, then you'll call the integrity commissioner. So the wording is going to be very particular on this. Blatant breaches will happen right away. It'll be reported right away, but there's other things that are not.
Okay, so I have as my notations define when the clock starts and have history permitted as evidence, which kind of ties into the next point. Is that fair?
The next point is evidence. Ensure the process mandates that any evidence submitted in support or in defense of an investigation is available to both the complainant and applicable member or members. So I guess that's what this means. If I want to complain about Clerk Way, then she has to see the evidence so that she can defend herself.
Correct.
Councillor Bocheck, is this a new hand up or an old hand up?
No, it's a new one.
Okay, Councillor Bocheck, followed by Councillor Wienko.
So I do understand this, but again, there's a little bit of confusion in it, and as a matter of fact, Karen, can you put that up on the screen again, because it was read to us by the mayor, but there's a couple of points in there I wanted to make, but I want to be specific to what I'm speaking to.
Sorry, it's split over 2 pages.
Where are we?
And I can do this. Sorry, there, that way it's all together.
Okay, so currently, when there's a complaint lodged to the integrity commissioner, the integrity commissioner does her original investigation into it and contacts both parties.
Correct.
And informs both parties of what's going on. So I don't see how there's much of a change here from what currently is in the process.
It's my understanding she informs them, but so if there's tangible evidence of minutes or emails or video or etc., it's my understanding that the person that the complaint has been filed against hasn't received all of that documentation in order to defend themselves. So this is just clarifying that any information that is provided for or against the appeal or complaint would be shared with all parties.
I'm not sure that's not happening currently, but I'll rest at that. Thank you.
You're muted, Your Worship.
I apologize. Councilor Yanko.
Yeah, oops. I'm a little confused here too, because I thought it was already happening. I thought all the evidence was passed over to the various parties. So if it's not happening, yeah, they should. I definitely agree. It's like a lawsuit. Both parties get all the information. So it should be obvious. I thought it was already being done, but if it's not, I definitely agree that both sides should get the information.
Okay, perfect.
Councilor Douglas, followed by Councilor Cooper.
Yeah, I think that it's fair enough to say that all evidence should be put out there, that, you know, because some of these complaints that come in, and I'm aware of one in particular, was based on, oh, the police were involved and they said la la la, when in fact that was totally untrue. There was no anyways. So if somebody's going to make that kind of allegation, I think they should back it up with whatever, you know, you shouldn't just be able to say this happened and there's no document to state that's correct. So I think in order to be fair to whoever's being investigated or whatever the allegations are, I mean, you can't just have, for instance, the member of the public saying this happened and, you know, the police backed us up and they blah, when in fact they did not. So if that's going to be allocated, I think that report needs to come forward and should be available for transparency.
Councilor Cooper.
Thank you. And Mayor Kutsier and or Peter, you said we're going to be informal now. I just wanted to say that I think the other aspect of this evidence can be where our staff, the CAO or clerk, are aware of evidence that is being put forth by a complainant. They too can provide evidence to the other party, but also to the integrity commissioner. And I think it's incumbent that all the evidence get out there, not just a complaint that isn't backed up by any real fact. Thank you. And that's happening.
CO Gunby.
Thank you. I do understand the points coming across. First of all, I think that the integrity commissioner tries to keep it as confidential as possible. So I do not think that the person the complaint is against would get a copy of the original complaint, but the evidence stemming from that, yes. And
that's one of the future points.
Oh, okay. And if there's a complaint, staff should not be involved in it whatsoever. If there's a complaint and the integrity commissioner calls us and asks us for something, yes. But if I somehow hear through the grapevine there's a complaint, I'm not going to take my time and dig through things to send to the integrity commissioner because it does not involve staff whatsoever.
So if I could just comment on that, please, and that is that I'm not asking staff to get involved in a complaint. I'm asking them if they see evidence that's untrue in a complaint, that they step forward and say, this isn't what happened. And our records show whatever, our minutes show whatever. I've lived through that. And I think it's only fair that our staff, if they are aware of misinformation, that they make it available.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
we do not read the complaint. We do not see the complaints. So we would not take it upon ourselves to submit information to support or not support a complaint. When the integrity commissioner reaches out to staff and asks for things, we would give that to them.
So what I'm saying is that maybe then we're back to the step process of a complaint, which is it filed with the integrity commissioner, or is it filed in fact with the staff so that it goes to a mediator? How is that ever going to happen if you don't see the complaint? I'm confused.
The person complaining would be the one to choose a mediator, but that's, I think we're getting too deep now. We're just trying to figure out if you want the evidence, right? Is that what we're on still?
Yeah, and I think there's general agreement that evidence should be shared on both sides. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I'd like to just offer a comment that if the evidence is shared, then to Councillor Cooper's point, if the evidence isn't complete and is representing misinformation, then there's an opportunity by the complainant to provide the corrected information. But I wanted to go on and state one other thing. Somewhere in the current code of conduct, there is a requirement by the complainant to provide all evidence at the time of filing a complaint. And that doesn't mean the integrity commissioner can't go and research and potentially find other evidence, but what it does is it puts the onus on the complainant to make sure that they've brought forth all the evidence that is relevant for a complaint, and that other evidence doesn't come in dribbling later that could fit into the category that Councillor Cooper highlighted, which is it may be thought of as evidence, but may in fact not be accurate evidence and maybe an alternate fact. I would love to see this not only state that the evidence is going to be shared, but that there is a requirement for the complainant to surface all evidence before making or during the process of making the complaint, and that it's not an ongoing open doorway to keep filtering in new stuff down the road.
Okay, so what if I add a comment noting provide process in which evidence is to be provided? And then that, I think as a whole, we all agree that evidence should be shared, but does that kind of help?
Okay.
Summarize that?
Now, the next one is regards to records. Determine if a full copy of the records remain with the Integrity Commissioner, or if a copy is provided to the Clerk's Office for Municipal Records. Are you talking evidence when you talk records?
No, like the actual file.
Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Cooper.
The clerk is responsible for all records of the township, and it is possible that an integrity commissioner may have files, and we as a township may choose to transition to a different integrity commissioner, at which case those files would not be in the domain and control of our clerk. And all I'm trying to support here is that our clerk is the master authority of records, and everything that relates to the township needs to be in her domain.
Councillor Hazelton, sorry, Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, and I guess I certainly agree that our clerk should have control of these things, but the other aspect, I don't know whether it's covered somewhere else or not, Karen, but when I did a little bit of investigation and just talking to other townships, I found out that our two neighbors, Muskoka Lakes and the Archipelago, they do not post the outcome of integrity commissioner reports. I don't know if that you've got that somewhere else, but that's sort of a record. And
that's in here later. That's later.
It's in later. Fine. Sorry, I must have missed that. But I wanted to make that point that we need to discuss that. Thank you. And you should have the records.
All right. Nobody else is saying anything, so records are in. Investigation process. Integrity Commissioner should interview any and all potential witnesses, obtain any relevant municipal records, interviewing any and all staff or consultants, current or past. In other words, a thorough investigation.
Correct. And this is just, I think, clearly outlining what that investigation process would be. Right now it says undertake an investigation, but it doesn't necessarily detail each and every individual step.
I've seen head nods and thumbs up. So we want a complete investigation.
Okay.
Councillor Cooper.
just briefly, I think we want a complete investigation, and I don't know whether you want to add these words, but an accurate and truthful investigation. In other words, the integrity commissioner needs to get to the truth. Thank you.
So the next item is mediation with a 3-step process, which is then followed up by investigation with a 3-step process. And that 3-step process is a review, being able to work it out, that kind of thing, versus going straight to a thorough investigation.
Well, I'm a little confused because we already said that mediation would be an option, not a requirement.
Correct. So we can delete this then?
Well, I'm thinking so. And
so
then
then
you have
go ahead, Your Worship.
you have investigation 3-step process. We've already agreed to a thorough investigation. What are you asking here?
I don't know. These aren't my words.
Okay, well, let's set it aside then for now. Investigation timeframe. Should the integrity commissioner have a reduced timeframe to complete investigation and provide report to council? Because certainly, is it 6 months now?
I think so. 6 or 3 months.
Okay, he certainly hasn't been making 3 months.
No.
Councillor Douglas.
I don't think we should reduce that. I mean, I think sometimes it takes quite a bit of time. It's not, I would imagine that the integrity commissioner is working on a number of files, not just one. And it may just take that amount of time to get it put together, interview people, and be very thorough. We're asking her to be, her or him or whoever it is at the time, to do a very thorough investigation. That can't just happen overnight, because I can't imagine she's only got one file in front of her. That would be my take on it, but I think the current time frame is probably, it's painful to go through these things. I understand that. I mean, God only knows I don't understand lawsuits and all that crap, unfortunately. But in order to get to the truth, and you guys want thorough, then I think you have to allow the time for that to happen. So I don't think we should be reducing it, to be honest with you.
Councillor Yanko.
Well, I would agree that any investigation should be timely and it should be done as quick as possible. And there should be a time limit, be it 3 months, 6 months. But if the integrity commissioner wants more time, they come back and ask for it. And so that should be an option. They can come back and ask for more time, and then they could be specific as to what might be approved. But again, I don't know who would approve that. But there should be an option for them to come back and ask for more time, especially if they're in a busy time of the season, working on many files, they may want to have more time. So as soon as possible, but the option of coming back to ask for more time.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Councillor Wienko on this. I think the time limit currently in place is fine. I don't think we should be shortening it up. Quite often, takes a little while for information to filter into the integrity commissioner as it is. So I'd be happy to leave it where it is. And if the integrity commissioner requires more time, then so be it. I know that in the past, excuse me, in certain investigations, that those being investigated have asked for more time and gotten it. So I don't see any problem with it the way it is.
Councillor Cooper.
I'd like to see it shortened, and I'll tell you why. I think many of these have gone on way longer than they need to. I think we need to remember that our integrity commissioner, as I understand it, already has a full-time job. So the work that's being done on our reports is done at night and on the weekends. And so it stretches things out sometimes in an inordinate amount of time. And so I think what Councillor Wienko is saying is sort of makes some sense. Maybe it could be 3 months, and then come to council if the integrity commissioner needs more time and there's some justification for it. So I'd like to see that. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're all in agreement then, 3 months, which is the current, but they have to, she or he has to come in front of council if they, for some reason, need more time. Identity of complainant. Should the public, or at least disclose to,
Or at least obviously be disclosed.
should the public be aware, or should the complainant, the name be, identity be disclosed to the applicable member? In other words, should you be told who's complaining about you? Councillor Douglas.
Well, you know what, like, I've got a couple of feelings on, well, one in particular. If somebody is going to bring a complaint forward, be sure this is not vexatious. And one way to do that is your name gets out there because you're going to make a complaint. Make sure you have the right information and that this is not just some sort of vendetta going on. So in my opinion, yes, if it should be transparent all the way through. If somebody wants to complain about you, I think that name should just be out there. That's my own personal opinion, unless there is a special circumstances or a request of the other. But to me, I think we leave it too open for people to just willy-nilly go out there and make complaints when we're trying to do our job. And I think if you're going to make that complaint, then make sure you know what you're talking about and make sure you're right before you start getting into there. And perhaps that just holds the fire to people's feet.
C.O. Gunby.
Thank you. It goes against the requirements of the Integrity Commissioner to release the name of the complainant.
So why are we even asking the question here?
Because it was brought up to the clerk.
Oh, yeah, but let's see, if our hands are tied by the province, then we have to complain to the province, not to each other.
Exactly.
Okay. So Councillor Jarvis, Councillor Cooper, now that you know this, you want to make your comments anyway? Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I just, I'm curious. I'm not sure the context here. And I'd want our CAO back on the line here just to clarify.
She's listening.
Okay.
I'm always here.
You better be listening. I get the impression that a complainant's name the person that's being complained against should know who's complaining against them. Doesn't mean it has to be public. Does that change your thinking, CAO Gunby?
It doesn't change my thinking because I didn't write the act.
Okay, no, your interpretation of the act. Sorry, I don't have it in front of me, so okay. So it can't be disclosed to anybody.
It states here, because I just looked it up just so I could speak to this. The commissioner shall not disclose personal information collected unless the person to whom the information relates consents to the disclosure. And it goes on for different reasons. They could possibly release the name if it's a law enforcement agency, if it escalates to legal matters, but you'll notice that in all complaints you receive, it will say the complainant and it won't say the name of the person, even though sometimes it's very obvious who the person is based on the nature of the complaint, but it's still never stated publicly who the person was.
Okay.
Councillor Cooper, you were going to add a comment?
Yeah, just that, I guess if that's the law, the law can be an ass, and that certainly seems to be a bit of the case here. Where you'd want confidentiality is if there was a complaint for sexual harassment. Obviously, that complainant we'd want them to be protected, but most other complaints we're not running into those. It's more, some other kind of complaint. And anyway, if you're saying we can't notify who's complaining, I guess it's the way it is. Strange.
Okay, next one. Appeal process. Member has the ability to appeal the decision and or findings of the Integrity Commissioner report. Councillor Yanko.
Well, we already have examples where there has been appeals and the commissioner has gone away and come back with more information, but we've already had this in one particular case. So yeah, you should be able to appeal.
CO Gunby, you're going to cite the rules again, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
I thought so.
It's also in the act that these are not appealable, but if you do want to take it to a higher level, you have to take it to the Superior Court. The only time that we had anything come back was when members of council were not maybe they weren't satisfied with the report that the integrity commissioner at the time brought forward. So we sent it to another integrity commissioner to review. And then that other person came back, but it was never under appeal.
In other words, council can not accept the report, but the person being complained about can't appeal it.
Correct. But they can
Okay.
take it to the Superior Court.
Yeah, okay. That's the only option they have per the provincial law.
Correct.
Okay.
If I could just add, you can appeal to the integrity commissioner and say, your report's full of BS and here's why. That's not
Get
the,
you anywhere.
pardon me?
That doesn't get you anywhere, though.
Well, it's certainly, excuse me, we've had some examples where there were 3 councillors accused of something and it was nonsense. And we finally were able to prove that to the integrity commissioner. So we do have evidence of that. I was accused individually of something, leaking information, not true.
Okay. Publishing integrity commissioner reports. Reports only published on relevant council agendas and not on the municipal website. In other words, how public does that report go? Councilor Rianko.
Well, if you go to the website now, you'll find there's one on me. I think back in my first term, I have no problem with it on the website. Why would anybody try to hide it in some minutes? You know, if it happened 3 or 4 years ago, it would take me hours to find it in the agenda. Why is somebody trying to hide it in the agenda and not being openly and transparent? We always talk about being transparent. This is not being transparent. So I think it has to be on the website.
Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Douglas.
So I disagree. I happen to believe it's not hiding behind something. It's the integrity commissioner reports have been used for public shaming purposes and sometimes not justifiable due to untruths. And I think one of the things that I found out in our neighboring townships, they felt that the findings of the integrity commissioner and the relationship between the complainants was dealt with, and that was it. It didn't go up on the website at either the the township of Muskoka Lakes nor at the archipelago. They felt that it was inappropriate to be providing a shaming process. So just so you know what your neighbors are doing. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
You know, I guess I have 2 thoughts on this. I think you need, well, yeah, it's hard to really say what should be done here because we can all see what damage can be done by unscrupulous people that want to use documentation for smear campaigning or going against people. I mean, so in that respect, yes, I do sort of see how that can get abused because God only knows it's being abused now. On the other hand, I also think that, you know, the council is being held at a much higher standard for transparency. And I think for us not to be transparent, I think that sends the wrong message personally, but I do see both sides of this. I'm a little bit ambivalent towards both of them, to be honest with you, because I can see how it can be abused, but I also can see how the public has a right to know on various cases that have been set forward. So yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry, it's probably not helpful, but.
Councillor Jarvis.
No, very sobering thoughts there, Councillor Douglas. I'm finding myself in agreement. And in a sense, I think that, right, from a transparency standpoint, this stuff should be made available if it's requested. Doesn't mean it has to be posted on the site on a regular basis. But if somebody wants to know if there's an ongoing or has been an investigation against a councillor, should be able to call into the office and get that information if it's requested. And not necessarily in an FOI either, just as a public request. That way, it's not sitting on the website to be picked off whenever people feel it's convenient. But somebody has to actually do a little bit of work to find it, but it's there. As opposed to as Councillor Rianko said about having it stuck in an agenda somewhere where you can have a hard time pulling it up. I think it's available upon request and through the township office.
Councillor Wojcik.
Yeah, I think my thoughts on this have changed over the past years. Our integrity commissioner never in the past has come on a Zoom meeting where it's recorded and out to the public via the Zoom meeting, which anybody is allowed to view. Before, the integrity commissioner used to come into council's chambers and sit and do a deliberation, and that was the end of it. And the only way the public could find out who didn't attend council's chambers was to go to our website. Even the complainant sometimes didn't know what the outcome of the integrity commissioner's report was until they read it on our website. So since the implementation of Zoom meetings, and I understand we're going to a hybrid system once we get back into council's chambers, I think the integrity commissioner's report would be out in the public for public scrutiny and view without it being on the website. So perhaps my my view on this has changed because of the process of Zoom meetings, but I'm not going to form an opinion on this one just quite yet.
CEO Gunby, are you still there because I haven't recognized you yet?
Yeah, basically, no. I just figured there's no point in keeping turning my camera off when I have to keep piping out. But Councillor Wojcik, we have been recording our meetings for a very long time. And so every time the integrity commissioner comes, you can see them on YouTube live, or you can watch them later. Zoom is no different.
Okay. Yeah, this
Okay.
is.
Do you want me to leave this one in tentatively and we'll see how it plays out? And if we don't like it, we can take it out.
Yeah, because I think
later on, because this is just, this isn't a final version. This is just us.
Because I personally am of mixed feelings about it myself, and I'll be honest about that.
That's fine.
So
but I
the
just
next one is,
Peter, could I just interject and say that I think there's a difference between having it available on YouTube and posting all the complaints in one spot and say, red flag, here's all the stuff. So that's the shaming piece that I'm referring to. So maybe it's available, as Councillor Jarvis says, and it's also available on our videos, but that we're not, putting it up on a billboard, which is the website. Okay. Thank you.
Report presentation by Integrity Commissioner. Do not permit the Integrity Commissioner to present in person, only submit the relevant reports. Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Rianko. You're muted, Councillor Jarvis.
There we go. Two parts for me on this. One, I think that the integrity IC should be present, but for questions only. The report that was last report that was provided, she read it verbatim. So we weren't learning anything new. There's nothing gleaned from her reporting to us because I'd already read every single word of it. So I think the IC should be on hand to handle any questions that come up, but reading the full report doesn't make any sense to me. Just takes up a lot of time.
Councillor Rianko.
So here we go again with transparency. If the integrity comes to you, to the council, and just hands in a report, how does the public know what it says? She has to go over it. So it's on video, it's on Zoom. So she's explaining a lot of the background to it, and she's being transparent. So it sounds like some people are trying to use this transparency as a convenience of trying to hide things. So I'm getting quite concerned. But if you got to video it, yeah, she's got to be able to talk. How do you go to video it when she hands over a report and walks out and says, okay, if you have any questions? No. I think she's got to give a presentation.
Well, the report would be part of the agenda, I would imagine.
Yeah, but it's not on a video.
Yeah.
It's not on a Zoom. And that we just talked about. We have to have it on a video.
Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Wojcik.
So it's once again this sort of spectacle aspect of the Integrity Commissioner. I have been through one of them and it was pretty pathetic. So I think that we need to consider if it, for instance, it was on Zoom, and it was a very concise report. Makes sense to me, but to draw the integrity commissioner up to our township every time there has to be a report and pay the legal fees to do that seems way over the top to me. So I'm not trying to hide anything here. I'm just trying to suggest that we've been paying a lot of money for our integrity commissioner to come up and give reports, and sometimes probably even stay in a hotel, who knows, but big money, and I don't get it. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
Yeah, I think the report needs to be explained. Now, maybe we could ask our integrity commissioner to do more of a summary report rather than read it word for word. But I do think that we have to stay transparent on this. You know, it really needs to be discussed and some background put to it, and her available, or he, or whoever it happens to be at the time, for questioning. And I think that's really important. Now, I know it's very long. Sometimes it can be very long, drawn out. Maybe we can ask for more of a summary report on points rather than all the, you know, reading the whole report. But I do think that's important for transparency. And again, you know, I think the whole point of having an integrity commissioner is to, you know, it's a little bit of discouragement for any of us to step out of line. Now, when it's not founded, that becomes a problem. But I hopefully that doesn't happen very often. But I think that this is in place for a reason. And so I don't think we should be skipping out of this at all. Like, I mean, this is maybe we can ask her to, you know, summarize it a little bit rather than point for point, or he or whoever is the point of it. But hopefully it's just another way of discouraging any of us from really stepping outside the lines.
Councillor Bochek.
Yeah, my last comments were pretty clear on this. An integrity commissioner is judge, jury, and part of the execution process. So unless there is a formal delegation done to council by way of Zoom or in person, where we have the ability to question her, which we've had in the past, we were able to ask questions of her to get clarity, to know, because we're part of the execution staff, when it comes to disciplining, we have to know all the facts before we can render our decision as a council on what discipline is going to be brought forward. So I really believe this needs to stay as it is. The part about it being on the website in print, as long as it's in this video form, the full delegation she does to us, I think that's enough. But we don't want this to be removed. We're a part of the process. This council is a very big part of the process of the disciplinary action given by the integrity commissioner. So it needs to be front and center. Thank you.
CEO Gunby.
Thank you, Chair. So I was just in my free time here reading the Municipal Act. And so there's just a couple things I wanted to clarify. It says if the integrity commissioner makes a presentation to council, so it's not mandated that she does. I just wanted to verify that. Also, the Municipal Act states the 6 weeks timeline. That's not something that we made up in the Code of Conduct. And also it states that the integrity commissioner has 180 days to complete the report. So that's also something that we should not be changing, since that's a Municipal Act stating it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. My opinions on this are that we have an out of control budget and legal costs. To Councillor Jarvis's point, when the IC has come, she has basically read what she's already published. Each of us is responsible for reading the published reports, the agendas. An integrity report is a legalese-like report, and so words matter. And those of us who are focused on accuracy, etc., should be delving into the written report to fully digest the accuracy and the accurate words being used, because I can assure you that the integrity commissioner has chosen her words carefully. So all that to say, I don't see any value in a presentation I do see value in her being available to answer questions as council discusses it, and council would have to discuss it and decide to either accept or receive or whatever they're going to do. But I don't see, to Councillor Cooper's comments, paying the IC to physically transport herself here, stay in a hotel and do all the other things. So hopefully in Zoom, it's going to be a very different perspective. But, you know, I think being available on a Zoom call to answer questions is as best we should go, because the objective is to deal with the legalese in the document, understand it, and then make decisions from it. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Didn't the CEO say that the provincial law says something about integrity commissioner may present to council?
Correct.
Yes, it says if they choose to present to council, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't say
So
must.
this is out of our hands. The province has said if the integrity commissioner wants to present,
She can.
she can. So basically it's up to us to say, let's keep it to the point, as opposed to read the whole report.
Correct. And maybe we
Okay.
can outline that process within the code. And if that's the case, that's great. And maybe we can move on to the next
Because
item.
I don't think it's appropriate for us to say they shouldn't make a presentation if the province says they can choose to. It's not worth our while to write a code that goes against the province. The next one is receive versus accept. Clearly find a difference between receiving and accepting. I think we should have definitions in whatever we do with our code. Councillor Wayenko had his hand up. I don't know if that's earlier point, and then I saw Councillor Cooper.
Well, we should, it says here that I'm concerned that it says the members may not accept the report as facts. And my understanding is the report goes to, say, the councillor beforehand, and they're allowed a certain number of days to comment on it. And so they get back with their comments, and that's it. And then the report is issued. So to say to be received, I think it has to be accepted by council before we can do any pecuniary punishment. You have to be able to accept something. Maybe
So
it's semantic, not to be sure.
well, and I think this is why this point's confusing, is because the report needs to be submitted by the integrity commissioner and council needs to receive that report, right? Whether what council then chooses to do with that report to say, yes, we agree with the findings and therefore we're going to implement whatever disciplinary actions, or, yep, we got the report, thanks, have a great day, right? So there's a bit of a difference in, yes, we're accepting it and we're going to then, do something more with it because we feel it's very founded, versus we're just receiving it because the process forces us to receive it. And we can't just not accept it. We can't not receive it. There has to be a process to officially receive it. And this issue has come up in the past. And then, like, at least since I've been here, and it was one of the points brought up as well.
Because the word accept can be interpreted to mean receive, or the word accept can be interpreted to mean agreed with.
Correct.
And that's why, therefore, the word receive is probably a more useful word than accept, because it's less confusion.
Right.
That's how I would argue it.
Yeah.
Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Cooper.
I think Councillor Cooper's hand was up before mine.
Okay, sorry. Well, the order in my machine got turned around, and I apologize. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Douglas.
I should probably say ladies first, but I'll just jump in anyway. Sorry, Cynthia. Yeah, I guess what I think of this is that there is a distinction between receiving and accepting a report. And I think that's what this points out. I think that's what Karen's showing here. And I guess the other thing is, I don't know that the Integrity Commissioner or any of the rules say that we have to receive and accept at the same time. So I think that's the other problem. Sorry, I've got sorry about that. Yeah, so I think we can, for example, receive a report and maybe visit it at the next council meeting. You don't necessarily have to make a decision that very day, or maybe you receive the report and decide not to accept it because you've then discovered that there's a fact problem. So those are the kind of things that go through my mind, having lived through the factual side of it. Thank you.
Councilor Douglas.
Yeah, I think that's well said, Councilor Cooper. I think we have to accept it or receive the report. What we do with it, I mean, I think we're given the option when that report is given to us to receive and accept the punishment or whatever has been recommended. And maybe there should be an opportunity for a month if we receive it and we're going to bring it back just so there's an opportunity to think through it. I think it's a little bit difficult for council to be put in the position of saying, we don't agree with what you said because we didn't do the investigation. So I don't think we should even go down that path. I think we need to accept the report and as it says, make a decision on whether you feel the punishment meets what the report says. I personally don't want to be in a position to try and make a decision against a report that's being put together by the integrity commissioner because that person's had all the evidence. We have not. So I think we should just leave it as it is, where we accept it, but maybe a time frame where we could bring it back if we wish to make a decision on the punishment aspect or make objections at that point. I don't know, but I think we do need to accept it. And I don't want to be making decisions on a report that somebody's investigated and I don't have any of the evidence to look at it. So I think it comes right down to, do we trust our integrity commissioner? And if we don't, then we need to look for a new integrity commissioner. That's my thought.
Councilor Wojcik, I believe I saw your hand.
I've certainly sat in on enough meetings where we've had integrity commissioner reports over the years. And whenever somebody does a delegation and we're to receive the report, all 7 of us just put up our hands. Of course, we're going to receive it. Why wouldn't you receive it? But when you accept it, it gives you the opportunity to say you agree with the report or you don't agree with the report. And by a show of hands, accepting the report, you may get 4 councillors that say they don't accept the report. And that's the end of that integrity commissioner's report. So I'm not a fan of red tape and deferring and everything else. If the report is brought to us and it's from the integrity commissioner, I think we have to take verbatim that it's true. There is an opportunity to challenge it when she does her report, questions and answers. And if the report is accepted, then the integrity commissioner, while sitting there, can move on to giving us the options of what type of discipline can be issued, instead of bringing her back up a month later after we all have time to look at it or whatever. Again, it goes back to my point three points ago when I said Zoom meetings and hybrid meetings are going to be the answer to this, where she's not going to have to come up and stay overnight in a hotel and everything else. But I think it's fine that we should accept the report and then move forward right away with some sort of discipline, or accept it and say that there's no discipline, which is what I did the last time when she came in. She said, this is what happened. This is your opportunity. And I said, no, I don't think there's any use in fining or anything else. The point's been made. We know what happened. So I like to see it stay as it is. To make a long story short, keep it the way it is.
Councilor Jarvis.
I'm in favor of using the word received. I think taking the report and leaving ourselves a little bit of time for sober second thought or any thought on it is not a bad idea. So I would much prefer to see that we are receiving the report, and then the actions that we provide after that could be immediate, as in accepting it, or take it to the next meeting and then decide what we're going to do. That's why I prefer to receive it.
Okay. CEO Gunby.
Thank you. So if we've all had experience with the integrity commissioner, whoever they were at the time coming in. So what usually happens is we have 2 resolutions. The first one says that council received the report. not accept, not support, not anything. Council receives the report and that's it. And I really thought that it said council must receive the report, but I've been reading this thing for a few minutes and I can't find it anywhere. I could have made that up. It's possible. But the second resolution is where it lists all of the recommendations if there are any penalties. So that is where you'd have the discussion. No, we don't want to impose any penalties. And then you would defeat that resolution as you have in the past, if that's what it was. So there's always two separate, and the first one always says receive, not accept.
Peter, if I could
And
just.
this is just looking to more clearly outline that process.
Exactly.
Which based off this conversation, I think is the consensus.
If I could just add that there seems to be a bit of confusion between the word receive and accept as well. So
hence why we should
receiving-
define them better within the code.
Yes, and we don't have to have this integrity commissioner come a second time to accept it. We can receive it from the integrity commissioner. And then, as Councillor Java says, we could have maybe a month between accepting receiving and accepting, and sober second thoughts or whatever. It gives you time to digest it. So that's all I have to say. As I think there's two distinct issues there. One's receive, one's accept, and there you go. Thanks.
We got 4 more points to go. I'm not sure how much guidance this is going to give to our clerk, but at least she gave some input from us. Obligations of integrity commissioner. Clearly outlines specific expectations as part of due diligence and formal investigation. Well, we've already asked for a thorough investigation.
I think this ties into the conversation we already had previously. So I would like to say yes and then move on if
Councillor
glaring
Hazelton,
objections.
were you doing a thumbs up as well?
If Karen wants to include it, go ahead, yes.
Okay.
I'm going to expand on it, but if I don't need to, I won't.
Notification of complaint. Notification process of complaint between integrity commissioner, CAO, and clerk. I think we also sort of touched on this before, that the complainant has the right by provincial law to go directly to the integrity commissioner without informing the clerk or the CAO. Is that correct? So we can't mandate something that goes against a provincial outline. CAO Gumby?
Thanks. I'm just not clear of if this means that whoever submitted this wants the integrity commissioner to inform the CAO and clerk right away.
I think that's my interpretation of it,
Okay.
that, hey, I've received a complaint, I'm working on an investigation.
Yeah, so typically they would contact the clerk, ask for the minutes and everything, so the clerk knows then, and then they do reach out to me as well. So that's already going on. So if you just want to put it in writing, that's fine as well.
If I could just add, I spoke to the clerk in both Muskoka Lakes and Archipelago, and they received the complaints, and in some cases talked to the integrity commissioner. I heard this from the Archipelago. They've only had one in about 5 years, and one of them ones that they had the integrity commissioner, when he heard the evidence, not evidence, the minutes, etc., as explained by the clerk, it was dropped. So the reason that may be against the rules, but that's what other municipalities are practicing. And while I'm not suggesting we break provincial laws, I'm talking about processes that speed the process up and make sure that there's some facts out there as opposed to supposition. Thank you.
Okay. Second last, resolution best practices. Include text in code or on website on how to resolve potential conflicts directly with a member prior to submitting a formal complaint. That's like mediation advice or
Could even be like an FAQ on the website that staff can determine.
okay. Councilor, is that what you're going to add, Councilor Bocek?
As I heard SAQ, I don't need to ask anymore. That's good.
Okay. Code is a separate document. Now, the code of conduct only includes standards of behavior and not complaint process.
It's my understanding that it is required to include the complaint process so that people reading it know how to complain and how the process works.
Okay, well, if it's required, it'll be part of it.
Usually it's an appendix, the complaint form.
No. Okay. Clerk Way. This was your item.
Yes.
Have you had enough from us at this point? Do you want a resolution?
Yes. So what I'm going to do, my theory was on the resolution. I'm just trying to find it in front of me. Sorry, Your Worship. So the resolution was to read, be it resolved that the committee of the whole recommends to council that staff prepare a draft code of conduct, which includes the following concepts. So the following concepts, if I could share my screen real quickly to save time. And then, so the following concepts then would include review by the Integrity Commissioner, applicable to public members, confidentiality clause, committee versus local board, mediator as an option, submission time frame, evidence records, investigation process, investigation time frame, publishing Integrity Commissioner reports, report presentation by Integrity Commissioner, receive versus accept, obligations of Integrity Commissioner, notification of complaint, and resolution best practices. Is that
okay.
Clear as mud?
It is. So I have moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Rienko. Be it resolved that Committee of the Whole recommends to Council that staff prepare a draft code of conduct which includes the following concepts as per the list we just saw. All those in favor? And that is carried. I hope we're a little bit further along in this whole process, but in the
It was
meanwhile,
very helpful.
the 2017 code and process still exists. Okay. Now, after all that, Ms. Boutiette has been hugely patient because it's now 5:10. Can everybody hang on without a break to see if we can't we got to shut this down before 6. Okay, so let's keep moving. Ms. Boutiette, go. I don't mean as in disappear, I mean as in start your presentation.
All right, thank you, Your Worship, and I'm going to keep with the principle of the Committee of the Whole and say thank you, Chair Peter. I'm going to go right into a budget presentation. And it's not all rosy this year, so I'm going to jump right in. Just confirming that everybody can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. This budget presentation is kind of in the form of a presentation versus a staff report. So good afternoon, Council. I'm glad to have the opportunity to join you at this Committee of the Whole. One slide at a time. This slide is just a refresher of the 2022 budget process and where we're at. So we are here. We have just heard earlier today the budget delegation, and we have lots to consider for sure. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank those members of council who participated in the budget survey and or the individual council member meeting with finance, and because those discussions are always fruitful. For those that did not participate, I'm sure you have your own ways to voice your opinions on levels of service, which is equally acceptable. In general, council members seem fairly content with the current levels of service and will take it upon his or her individual self to bring forward motions for those areas that could use improvements. It was also clear that council is generally content with the GBT staff. As for capital requests, the only item that was not on staff's radar was the recommendation for a pump house on, I think it's 6 Mile, and that was in relation to a currently manual pump that has seen a lot of repairs this year. So it is quite unusual for me to start the budget process with a tax analysis, but I was putting myself in your shoes and I tried to think of how I could possibly ask you guys to provide general guidance without knowing really where we stand or how this looks on a tax basis. So I kind of flipped the process. I usually talk about taxes last in the budget process and decided to bring it forward first this year, so that when I ask for guidelines at the end of this meeting, you understand where I'm coming from. So the township tax bill contains at least 5 charges. So you've got the municipal levy, the lower tier capital levy, the district levy, and the district waste management. Some others contain also water and sewer from the district. It's important to remind property owners that the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay is only directly responsible for 2 of those charges, the municipal levy and the lower tier capital levy. So I wanted to explain what 2 levies that the Township of Georgian Bay have. And I know you guys are used to this, you see this year after year, but I think an annual reminder is not too, it's not too much. So we have our general levy and we have our capital levy. So in 2020, Council agreed to align the capital levy with the actual annual capital requirements as established by the most recent capital asset management plan. So when I'm using the word levy or levies, I really mean the amount of taxation revenues required. Any questions so far? So I'm gonna go back one slide a little bit. So general levy is what funds operations. The capital levy is what funds capital. And the capital levy, some chunks of it could be going to funding future capital investments in terms of transfers to capital reserves. So I wanted to make that distinction. So on this slide, when I'm talking about a 1% increase in the general levy, we're talking about the operational levy, the operational tax dollars required. So 1% increase equals $45,000 of additional funds generated for operating pressures. So I'm going to talk about items that we already know will affect the 2022 budget. So we approved 3 new positions that were not in the prior organizational chart. So the receptionist cashier, the environmental technician, and the junior planner. We approved by signing the collective agreement and also the non-union remuneration bylaw, a 1.6% increase for all staff. We know that in 2021, we had a known road closing revenues that we used for operational purposes that we will not have. This was a big one of about 600,000 that we will not have in 2022. The 4th item, I'm going to pull the newbie card here. There was a double budget of PIL revenues. PIL is payment in lieu of payments of taxes. So this is taxation revenue from the federal or provincial governments. And really these are labeled differently because really they have the flexibility to dictate if they will or will not pay. And last year in the 2021 budget, I included those revenues both in the general line and in a separate PIL line. So that was an error on my part, and it was determined that error when we were doing our quarterly budget versus actual. And the item 5 is our asset management plan recommends a 7.5 increase in the overall capital levy. So right off the hop with those 5 simple items, we're looking already at an overall levy increase of 11.18%. I'm watching Councillor Cooper realize the financial impacts of decisions made to date. So on the next slide, I'm talking about items that council does have control over for the 2022 budget. So we, in 2021, used 555,000 of operational reserve to balance the budget. So really, that is not a best practice. So should we cut that out completely, we'd be looking at an additional 12.42. On a side note, all of this will be shown in a tabular format in my next slide. Also, there are some operational reserves. So I talked previously about the capital levy and that some of those monies are going into capital reserves. However, operational reserves are often also required. So staff are proposing $60,000 for sustainability initiatives and $73,000 for planning initiatives such as OP amendments and zoning bylaw amendments. And out of all that, we can capitalize on growth of 1.75%. And so that can be kind of deducted from the total increase, saying people won't see the first 1.75% because that's growth, and growth is in 2022 based on building permits, etc., that were captured in the year. This number can change. The numbers were not finalized by MPAC when I did this report. So this is the number I have to work with right now. I anticipate that growth will probably be closer to 2.5 based on MPAC projections and stuff like that I've seen. So this is the tabular format of all those numbers we talked about. We'll leave a little moment here to process and absorb.
Counselor Douglas has a raised hand.
Yeah, I said, do you want some questions at this point?
Sure, because the next slide is actually the motion where I'm looking for guidance.
Okay.
So I would love to get through the questions before we actually get to the motion.
Fair enough. Councillor Douglas, go.
I believe you're muted, Cynthia.
I wasn't seeing the lips move.
Sorry, I can't see myself to unmute it. So anyways, I just found it on the side profile thing. So no, I'm not extremely good at the number aspect on this whole thing, but when you put down 22.35% overall levy, is there somewhere in here that tells us what the impact of all this is for the tax increase required for this, what you're proposing here?
So are you looking for a dollar amount, Councillor Douglas?
No, percentage. Like if we had to make a decision on, what we think to increase the taxes, or am I way off basis here? As we do every year. What are we looking at here is, I'm looking at 22.35%. I don't think we can ask the public for that. So is that what that means? You're nodding.
Yes,
So,
that is exactly what that means. That means the decisions we've made in 2022 have generated that we have to go find the money somewhere. So there are some flexibility, like we could, again, decide to use reserves to balance the budget. We could decide not to increase operational reserves. But the rest would potentially be reverting on decisions already made and possibly fulfilled.
Well, I don't think we can go to the public with a 22.35% increase no matter what, but on the other hand, why are we like, I don't think we're doing extravagant things, so I don't know how we can cut back, you know, like I don't know what anybody else thinks about this, but is it just that we have to start facing reality that we live in an area that taxes must be quite high in order to facilitate the services we are providing? Because I don't think we're doing things that are crazy new projects that are costing us crazy amounts of money, unless I'm missing something, and maybe that is coming up next. But anyways, thanks for that answer, Julie. Yeah, thanks.
All right. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Bocheck. And if others could raise their hand electronically, if they are capable, then I may not miss them. But right now, it's Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Bocheck.
Thank you, Mayor, and or Peter, I guess we're being informal. So to my way of thinking, all we need to do is find 20% and we'll be fine. It's pretty straightforward. We're 20% more than we should be. If we're at 2.25%, 2.5%, 3%, whatever that might be, we could live with it. So we have to find 20%, which is, it would be, what do we need here? 7.5 million?
Would be close to $1 million.
Yeah, so we need to find $1 million. And we're gonna have to find it. I'm not going to my constituents and saying we're gonna increase taxes by 22.5%, 22.35. And I don't think we should be going after the reserves. Using up the reserves is ridiculous. We need reserves. Thank you.
Councillor Bocheck, followed by Councillor Yanko.
Oh, I am unmuted. Julie, can you explain to me the growth? Impact assessments haven't been done for a few years now. I believe 2022 Township of Georgian Bay is scheduled for an impact assessment. The property values in Central Ontario have gone up substantially. Give you an example, mine's probably gone up 300,000 in the last year. Is that not factored into the growth? And do we not have those projected revenues coming when things are reassessed? You have to explain to me how assessment values have gone up so much, but you're only showing me a growth of 1.75%, or am I reading this completely wrong?
No, you're correct. So in my interpretation, growth has two components. There is assessment growth, which is I think what you're talking about currently, which is, you know, the value of a property now versus 4 years ago. MPAC has not done their projected reassessment, which was supposed to be. So we're still working on assessment values from January 1st, 2016, believe it or not. So
I get to look, I get to look like the bad guy raising your taxes 22%, when really the assessed value, if it was correct, would be covering this off, and we'd be looking at probably a null or 1 or 2% increase. It's not going to make any difference to the tax dollars coming out of the person's pocket, but it's going to be derived from increase in property values, not increased that the township has put on them to pay for outlandish spending. So do you have any idea when MPAC is going to be reassessing property values in our township?
So I'm going to address your questions in two parts. So,
please do. I'm sorry for getting them together.
MPAC is only responsible for the assessment value. And I think I explained this last year, where I showed up a pie and everybody gets a share of the pie. And when MPAC does a reassessment, it really can shift the pieces of the pie, but really the overall one unit of the pie remains intact. The multiplier that the township uses on that assessment, which is the assessment times the tax rate, gives your tax revenues. So if the assessment goes up and we don't need any more tax monies, really we should be reducing the tax rate to get the same amount of money. However, when we keep the tax rate the same and the assessment goes up, it's really a word game of, you know, blaming the assessment increase for the town to going to recuperate more money. So really, all things remaining equal, an assessment increase when it's an overall assessment that's done is really should not equate a tax increase. So it becomes on the wordplay. The growth that I'm talking about is new builds. So new sheds, new building permits, new additions, or this is the growth that we are currently talking about, this 1.75. And the second part of the question was, when will impact reassess? So the data is supposed to come out this fall, and we are unsure if it'll be, so originally it was supposed to be reassessment for a January 1st market value. We don't know yet what the dates are, or what they'll reassess, at which date they'll reassess. So it's still a little bit in the dark.
Okay, looks like Brian has disappeared. So
Sorry,
let's go to Councillor Rienko, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Well, this is my 15th year, I guess, of looking at township budgets, and I appreciate the shock value of these numbers. That's fair enough. You know, you've done your calculations, and this is what you need to survive. My position is that we pay our senior management a lot of money. Senior management needs to go back and earn that money and reduce this increase to a reasonable number. So basically, council today should probably say, okay, we want to have 3, 4, 5% increase. Go back and do your work. But to bring this now and ask us, you know, what are we going to do? That's not our job. We're not getting paid the hundreds of thousands of dollars to manage our department. So, yeah, you know, that's what you need, but you're not going to get it, obviously. So go back and come back with a reasonable budget, and maybe council today can give you an idea how much they're willing to go up. And good luck. Come back with options.
Okay, Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, Julie, I'll need clarification on this. So of this increase, I see $688,000 all has to do with our operating reserves, correct?
So the line, which is labeled A,
Yeah.
555,000, was the use of operating reserves last year to balance budget.
And then we're talking about an operational reserve increase as well.
Yes, of 133. Yes. So reduce the use and actually put money in instead of out. Correct.
So presumably we have money in our operating reserves. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're saying that this is a past practice that is not a good practice. I understand that. For how long has this been a past practice? Do you have any idea?
I could trace it at least back to 2019.
Oh, that's okay. That's I was saying that before my term in council, but no, that's my term in council. That's in my mind, it's a big stumbling block. Here we are going, oh, we made a mistake. It's like it's over $500,000 mistake, and we got to correct it, and we're going to do it by increasing our taxes. Is there any way we could, in my mind, cushion the blow by the discontinuation of the operating reserves in a less blunt manner? In other words, do it over a period of time, as opposed to just going, oops, made a mistake, got to fix it. $500,000+ has got to come out of the public purse now. I don't know. I don't like this.
Yes, we could do it in phases. really the amount I have in my mind would be $324,000. And that relates to recent monies that are probably going to go into operational reserves in terms of COVID. So in 2022, we're still recovering from COVID. So yes, we could do it in smaller phases and not take out 555 right in one chunk, but rather take out the share that we are entitled to use, which would be $324,000.
Could we also opt out of the increase in the operational reserves as well, just this time around, and implement it again down the road?
Yes.
That would cushion the blow a bit, but it's still pretty substantial. Anyway, those are just my thinking. Okay, so we do have an option there, and we're not. I mean, we've been doing this operational reserve borrowing, it seems, for a little while to balance the budget. We should be discontinuing it, as you suggest, but I think I would recommend that we try phasing in that blunt force amount over a period of time. Might help us out.
Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Julie, for your report and your shocking effect. And I do find it shocking. I want to go back to something that Councillor Jarvis kind of referred to, and this is way before your time, nothing to do with you, Julie, but when we were first on council, we actually dug into the numbers, and several of us brought forward a concern that we were heading in the wrong place with respect to reserves and other things. We kept on being told by finance staff that no, things are fine. You're looking like a normal township, blah, 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 and everything's fine. And that seemed to be the same story last year. And now we have a horror story. To comments you already heard, clearly this is not something we can go forward with. Let me ask you though one question, if I could. The total levy here that you're talking about is a township levy. And given that our township levy represents, I think, about 25% of the taxation in total, we're not looking at a 22% tax increase. We're looking more at about a 7% tax increase. Is that right? Overall?
Well, I don't want to comment on that because it also depends what the others do, others meaning the district and the province in relation to the education tax. So I've undergone quite a few operational reviews, and one of the items that had came up at some point was that, you know, the education tax for our piece of the pie in the township I was working at the time went down because the piece of the pie, when you look at education tax, is province-wide. So it is possible that it shifts from one municipality to another. And the operational review had come back with, well, you didn't capitalize on the fact that your education tax went down, and you could have went and got that without people really noticing that, because their taxes wouldn't have changed if you would have capitalized on that opportunity to go grab the remaining difference in the reduction of education tax. So all of those need to be analyzed. Absolutely, that's usually done when we bring forward the tax bylaws early in the new year, because we don't have all that data at this time of the year. So it is possible that we can capitalize on changes in taxation of the other parties that we have no control over. But at this point in time, looking at only the township levies, this is what we're talking about in terms of increase of the township levies. So I can't, if all of the others do the same as us, it can be a 22%. If all of the others have reductions, then yes, it could be fairly smaller.
Okay, thank you. So I get it. You know, what we do is is certainly dependent, sorry, what the taxpayer sees is dependent on not only what we do, but what comes from education and from the district. So I get that. I think that I think we have to be looking and perhaps even guessing at what the district and education are going to be doing to come up with a number that our residents can accept. But I also, I think if I heard you correctly, that impact reassessments may become visible in 2022. Did I hear? No?
No, I think they're going to come out with the announcement this fall, but there's no way they're going to act quickly to have a new assessment for the 2022 year. I feel that that's almost impossible.
No, I didn't mean for the 2022 year, but I think what I thought I heard you say is that the assessments would become visible in 2022 and would apply in 2023. And
I would hope so, yes.
And so not playing the blame game, it's possible that next year, if we do what we've heard a couple of times, which is deal with these points A and B, take them out, so we're dropping things down, over 11% right off the bat, and maybe do some other things. But if we did that, we could potentially play the blame game on taxes going up as a result of reassessment, not for the 22 tax year, but for the 23 tax year. In other words, push the problem off a little bit into the future. So all I'm really getting at here is, and this is somewhat, I guess, what you've already heard, we need to figure out how to get creative and get to a number that we can champion to our residents, but we also need to figure out a strategy going forward, because whatever we've been doing for the last couple of years appears we have misled ourselves and gotten ourselves into a pickle, and we shouldn't try to get out of the pickle in one step, if you get what I mean. So I don't know if that's helpful.
Okay, my turn. I guess I have a couple of questions, Ms. Boutier. First of all, you're comparing a possible 22 tax levy with the budget 21 tax levy. But what we don't know, which is extremely important, is where will we end 2021? Will we end up with a bit more in the bank than we thought, or a bit less? And I think that's extremely important. We know that 21, like 20 before it, but 21 was significantly affected by COVID expense changes and COVID. Some money we've got from the province and some we haven't. And we also know that we collected $600,000 of road allowance, the money that was, a total surprise. Well, that represents a significant portion of what we're looking for here. So I feel that we have an incomplete story, and without your estimate of where we're going to end up in 21, we don't know whether that's going to make our life worse in 22 or actually buffer some of this. And I think that's got to be extremely important. I also, agree with Councillor Yanko. You've given us the shock treatment, but now you also have to just make suggestion of what type of meds might help us recover. Because I think, and reference was made to it, including by Councillor Hazelton, we thought we were being fiscally reasonably responsible. And this is suggesting that we're being quite irresponsible. And I think, I'd like to think that actually the truth is somewhere in between.
Through you, Your Worship, I agree. And this is where I said it would be reasonable for us as a township in 2022 to pull $324,000 of out of reserves for operations, because that is monies that we are receiving in 2021 that we hadn't planned on using. Therefore, that's where the surplus that I'm talking about that would be reasonable to use in 2022, because we didn't expect that Safe Restart money to come in. That was just announced and put on the table. And therefore, that's where agreed that the story is not complete here. This is assuming we come out of 2021 at net zero, which we won't. That's where, because we know for sure that 324 will be transferred to reserve at year end of 2021 for that Safe Restart Agreement money.
So right now you have in front of us a very lengthy, like page-long resolution, which is, at least 3 paragraphs too long for us at this time of night to comprehend. But you want us to fill in a few blanks, and I think we can fill in those blanks, but at the same time, this is far from final.
Oh, yes, this is not even the
think,
first draft. Correct.
Yeah.
These are guidelines from a committee of the whole perspective and not necessarily a council written in stone perspective.
And I'm wondering, you're asking us, for instance, as one example, to suggest that we set up a new operating reserve for $60,000 for sustainability projects. Well, without knowing really what those projects are going to be, I'm wondering why you want that at this moment, or why you want $73,000 for upcoming planning projects. I agree, both of those things would be great things to put more money into, but I don't sure we should make that decision now when we don't have the whole story.
Yeah, those items can be pulled, and really the point of operational reserve is that we don't necessarily always know what those projects are at this point, is building reserves so that when something does come up on the fly, we do have money to go pull from, so that we're not always pulling from the working fund reserve, which is a rainy day reserve.
I'm just concerned. Right now it's 5:45. We're obviously not going to have time to get to your insurance report, I'm afraid. And we have to come up with some conclusion before 6 o'clock. And you're looking to us for some guidance, and in effect, your guidance is either saying, keep spending like crazy and we'll get all the money from our constituents, or put on the complete brakes because we're scared and come back with a much smaller number. It's clear to me that nobody on council wants to hit our constituents with 22% increase, even if that becomes 7% if our other taxing partners come in flat, which I doubt they will. I mean, this month's inflation, I think, was reported 4.5%, the highest it's been in almost 20 years. I think I saw that headline this morning before I came in. Costs are going up. Unfortunately, that's going to hit our taxpayers, not only on their taxes, but also on their everyday expenses. So, roundabout way of saying, I know, and I see other hands up, and we can do another round, but we have to do it quickly. I know we don't want to go 22%. I don't know what we can actually give you now that's useful to you, because we're not totally informed. Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Rienko, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Okay, thank you for that, Peter. I'm going to ask that this come back, because honestly, at this time of night, and I don't think we have all the information that we could, as has been brought up, that I'm not comfortable with voting on anything right now, to be honest with you. And it's just a little bit too late and not quite all the information. Maybe Julie, you could think about some of the comments today and come back to us again with another report. Maybe I'm offside here, but at 6 o'clock at night, I can't even absorb half of this, and think I do need more information that has just come up. Thanks.
Councillor Rienko.
Well, this obviously resolution is not going to, or recommendation is not going to get approved. But I think we should give us some guidance to staff, and I'm going to put a number in the very bottom line. I think that would help them and indicate the pressure that we're going to put them under for the next month or so. So I'm willing to put out a figure of 5%. And if anybody else wants to comment on that, go lower or higher. But I think if you're going about 5%, keep in mind it's an election year next year. So I think 5% is what probably highest I would want to go.
Theo Gunby, you want to jump in?
I do, just for a brief second, because I have an appointment at 6. I support Councillor Rienko's idea to, instead of going through all of this, you know, it is late in the day and all of that, give us a number, we will take it back and bring you back something else instead of bringing back this same thing and delaying it another month.
Okay, we have 5. Anybody want to change that number? I see a thumbs up. Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Cooper.
I don't need to change the number, but I am curious through Julie, what is our current operational reserve?
The only question that I don't have right at the top of my hand, at the top of.
Trust me to ask it. I'm not even an accountant. The reason I ask is how much leeway do we have with regards to that? I mean, obviously we've been using it in the past to balance. We don't want to use it now. We're thinking of obviously got you thinking about, when you got us thinking about doing a gradual cessation of using it, but maybe now's not the time to do that. I don't know. But anyway, I would be curious to know what our current operational reserve is. And maybe you can have that when we get back together again on this.
Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Wojcik.
Yeah, I'd just like to say a couple of things. I don't think we've been dipping into our reserves all the time. I think we have more recently, as I recall. Previous term of council, I think we were trying to put money into the reserves. And I think we need to get back to that point. We may not be able to do what's showing in this particular model. It should be, instead of whatever a more appropriate number might be, maybe 300 or 400,000. But I'd also like to see us try and bring this $1 million that we're over down to $500,000. So that would be my goal versus a percentage. I think if there's $1 million sitting there, we need to find $500,000. So that would be my suggestion to staff, and keep some reserve money in there. Thank you.
Councillor Wojcik.
Yeah, a little confusing not being an accountant myself, but in the infinite words of Councillor Pat Edwards, these are not savings accounts. These are not cash. You know, you invest in these reserves, and it's not an investment that you just dip into when you're trying to eliminate increases in taxes. And that's something I took from Pat Edwards that made a lot of sense. I think the days of spending ridiculous amounts of money on OP amendments and operations, getting new this and new that, and everybody's gonna have to buckle down here. We're in a bit of a crisis here, and I'm not talking about a pandemic or the weather. I'm talking about a financial crisis. I know enough about business to see what Julie put up there, to know what kind of shape this township is in right now and what it's facing moving forward. Revenues are going to be coming down the stream a little later. You know, a couple of years from now, the revenues are going to be changing because of increases in assessed values. And I really think we need to cut. You know, our intention, and my whole intention was to maybe look at the OP and get it reviewed and get new things put in and tighten up things and make, well, you know what? If we're all around in 2023, if we get reelected, maybe we can do that in 2023. But realistically, to spend that kind of dough this year, I don't see it. We need to tighten the belt buckles here, and tighten them hard, and let's just take our aspirations and defer them down the road a little bit, and let's make sure that we're here to make those changes and make those changes properly. Cut is what I see here. Thank you.
Through you, your worship, I just pulled it up. So our unearmarked working fund reserve is currently sitting at $2.1 million.
Okay, thank you. I think you've heard $500,000 from Peter Cooper. You've heard 5% from Councilor Rienko. You've heard nervousness from all of us.
Yeah.
And I think you have now direction. See what you can do to cut it down. You know, see what else we might have, and come back to us. And I'm afraid that's all you're going to get from us at this point, because I'm about to read a resolution to shut the meeting down. Too many people have to go, and we're going to break the laws and the rules if we go past 6 o'clock based on our prior resolution, and we're not going to do another resolution. So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Clerk Way, all I have to do now is read a resolution about adjourning. Or do
Can you officially defer the budget?
we officially defer the budget?
Thank you.
This wasn't going to be to set the budget anyway.
Or, well, you know what I mean.
Yep.
Thank
We
you.
officially defer knowing what Clerk Way means.
It's late.
It is. I have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that the Committee of the Whole does now adjourn at 5:53 p.m. until Wednesday, October 13th, 2021 at 1 p.m. or the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. So all of you that have to run away immediately run away. Those that don't have to run away, sign off.
Thank you, everyone. We'll see you in a month.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.